Here.
Benjamin.
Here.
Okay. Thank you, Ally. At this time, would you join us for Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay back there? Okay, first thing on the agenda this is approval of minutes, July 9th, 2026. I was absent for that, but read them over. Any additions, deletions, corrections? Members that were present? Yeah. Very, very thorough, lots of good conversation from my research, I read.
Motion to approve as presented.
Anybody, anything, or
Second.
second? All those in favor of motion as presented signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay. Thank you. Unfinished public hearing, none. Okay. Site plans, none. And at this time, the new public hearing. The text.
Great, we have EPT-EXT 26-01 text amendment. This is Emmet County Planning Commission for commercial storage uses. Text amendments which would impact Articles 2, 8, 11, 14, 18, 22, and 26. Those being definitions, farm forest 1 and 2, B1, I'm sorry, B2, not B1, but B2, industrial, land use matrix, supplemental regulations, and general provisions for outdoor lighting. A little bit of proposed text amendment history. This began in December of 2025. The minutes were provided to you in your packets from December 2025 when the Planning Commission was first approached by a citizen who asked that the Planning Commission consider amending the commercial storage uses and definitions within the Emmet County zoning ordinance and asked that a moratorium be placed on those types of uses. That went on to the Board of Commissioners as a recommendation from this body on January 15th, 2026. The Board of Commissioners adopted a resolution deferring reviews and decisions regarding commercial storage uses pending completion of zoning ordinance review and amendment process. That is due to expire on September 1st. The minutes that were provided to you start December 2025 and go through July 2026. The more recent review of this proposed text amendment, in June, the Emmet County Planning Commission met and discussed the draft text. The text was updated, emailed to Emmet County Planning Commissioners asking for any changes that they would like to see. We forwarded a memo and the draft to all of the townships that have county zoning and asked for input. We did not receive any input for our July meeting from the townships at that time. We did receive public comment, however, and that was provided to you at the last meeting. The draft included proposed changes made during the June meeting, and then recommendations were provided to legal counsel and formatted changes were made. In the July meeting, the draft text was still under other business. The Emmet County Planning Commission discussed each section of the proposed ordinance. Updated proposed text amendment was then forwarded to all of the townships again, seeking their input, and the revised draft for public hearing was put together and sent to the townships and then published for this meeting. Emmet County Planning Commission had approved the draft as revised during that July 9th meeting and then set the public hearing for this evening. I went through already the proposed changes in the sections of the ordinance that would be impacted, definitions, land use matrix, each zoning district impacted, which is B2, I industrial, FF1 and FF2, the general provisions for outdoor lighting, and then supplemental regulations for the 3 different types of commercial storage uses that we have identified. So the definitions, you received a table that showed you what the definitions were or are currently in our ordinance, what's being proposed, whether or not it's a replacement or whether or not it's a brand new definition. These are detailed here: accessory building, commercial outdoor storage, commercial use, portable storage unit, commercial storage facility and warehousing, motor freight terminal, self-storage facility, and home-based commercial storage building. Additionally, the land use matrix has been modified. This has gone back and forth a bit. Current proposal is to add the home-based commercial storage building. It's currently allowed under a contractor's use, but it's also listed as commercial storage facility warehousing. And it's a special land use in the Farm Forest 1 and 2 zoning district currently, but we're proposing to separate that out into a residential use and add it to that land use category. Transportation and warehousing, wholesale storage and shipping category. Motor freight terminal has been modified. Freight terminal is currently allowed in the zoning ordinance without any supplemental regulations. Trucking facility is part of that. It's now proposed to be in the industrial zoning district with supplemental regulations as a principal use permitted. Commercial storage facility and warehousing is proposed as a principal use permitted in industrial with supplemental regulations, and self-storage facility is proposed in the B2 zoning district with supplemental regulations as a special land use, and in the industrial zoning district as a permitted land use with supplemental regulations. General provisions would apply across the entire county for all uses. It's under the section of outdoor lighting, section 22.06. Currently, the ordinance doesn't address lighting that's from inside a building that it emits outside of the structure, so this is a provision that was proposed to require that indoor lighting shall not cause a glare or light trespass as defined in section 2.01 definition section of the zoning ordinance. Supplemental regulations, these were gone through several different times, particularly in June and July, very specifically, and the 26.30 would apply to industrial. The standards are listed there that we have gone through, including setbacks, including height, including screening and fire department review, signage review, outdoor storage areas identified on the site plan, and allowed in the industrial zoning district only. Self-storage facilities allowed in B2 and industrial with the supplemental regulations as proposed. Again, addressing setback, addressing height and signage, fire department review, outdoor storage, and screening. One of the main changes to commercial storage facility last month was that the screening would be from off-premise residential uses, not screening industrial to industrial. And then section 26.09, home occupation, home-based business, and home-based commercial storage building, adding another section to this category, which would be for home-based commercial storage buildings. This is something that's very similar to an existing provision in our zoning ordinance that allows for indoor storage in a facility, in a building, on private property when there's a residence in place. We had gone through several different times over the course of the last 6 months, particularly the last 3 months, the locations of properties in the county that are zoned industrial, as well as the parcels that are zoned B2, which would be impacted by this proposed change, and then also identified the locations of the storage sites within the county. So we did that by the whole township, provided you the map, and then last month we went through specific township by township. I just left this in here in case anyone wants to see that again, but we had gone through each township and identified where those commercial B2 and industrial zoning districts are located within the townships that are under county zoning. Then we took examples of existing storage facilities within the county and applied the standards in June. We updated those after the July meeting and provided that in your packets as well, showing the existing commercial storage facilities, what they have on their sites, and how they would be regulated and whether or not they would meet the current ordinance standards, and those were provided in your packets. I'd be happy to go through those. We did this last month. There were updates provided in this month's packet, so you could see what has changed. The setback went from 200 to 300 feet for commercial storage facility and warehousing and trucking facilities as well. So that is one of the major changes. And then screening required from residential uses, but not from commercial uses. And we did that for all of the same facilities that we had looked at in the past. Northland Self-Storage, Conway Storage, and Hatchman Industrial Park. This one is industrial. The Northland Self-Storage on M68 is actually a planned unit development with an underlying zoning of R1 and FF1. And then Riding Marine, which is within Keystone Park, and that one is industrial zoning. That one, they would meet the standards. U-Haul, that was proposed last year in 2025, but withdrawn by the applicant in July. We went through the standards with regard to the proposed language and provided that update for you as well. The signage that is proposed above 20 feet from the grade would not be allowable in this instance. Extensive screening would be required, and then the setback would have to be increased. Self-storage facility would be able to stay at 200 feet setback, which is what it was proposed for. And the commercial storage facility warehousing would not be allowable. And then Monster Self-Storage, this was just an example of one in Florida that was provided to us, and we wanted to show just, examples of different types of buildings that could be proposed in our area. And then examples outside of our county, but still, this to me was a motor freight terminal example that we could look at to see how it would impact our community if it was brought here and if it would meet the standards or not. And then within the Keystone Park in Littlefield Township, this is an industrially zoned property where Cisco Food Services has their location. And it's not on the state highway. They would meet the setbacks and screening would not be required. And because there's no residential uses adjacent. We have heard from some of the townships. Maple River Township, it was the first to send a response. They indicated that they would suggest allowing storage and warehousing in B2 General Business District. They have specific locations within their township that are zone B2, and there may be reuses of those buildings that would be upcoming in the future, and so that's what they recommended. Redmond Township Planning Commission recommended support for the proposed text amendment and thank the Planning Commission and staff for the work that has been done. Bear Creek Township Planning Commission supports the proposed text amendment and suggested considering the fire department recommendation. That was their Planning Commission that met last month, and then their township board met last night. Their township board recommends that the Planning Commission consider the implications of limiting commercial storage uses to industrial only, limiting the height and size of facilities in B2 instead of industrial, and revisiting 2 levels of industrial zoning districts. Like I1 and I2. Some of this information came to you via email. Some of it came to you on your desk this evening. Anything that we received today was provided to you on your desk this evening. Anything received up until 5 o'clock last night was emailed to you and also provided on your desk this evening. As is our process for sending you information, approximately 2 weeks before the meeting, we send out a complete printed package. 1 week before the meeting, give or take a day or two, we send out a supplemental packet via email and then provide the copies for you on your desk. The week of the meeting, we tend to try to limit the number of emails that we send to you, but if we are getting a lot of information, we do send updated emails so that you can have that information. But the day of the meeting, we try not to inundate you with more information. I think we received 5 or 6 emails today that were on your desk tonight, so it is reflected here in my presentation. Township board minutes, draft minutes is one of those items. Fire chief, fire department input. We received several correspondence from Chief Al Welsheimer from Resort Bear Creek Fire Department. Letter number 1 was received on July 9th and distributed at the last planning commission meeting. That recommended that commercial storage and warehousing be industrial only, and that was the recommendation on the draft that was published. Letter number 2 was received on July 28th and distributed on July 30th in the packet supplement. It recommends several standards for self-storage facilities for maximum building height and size, area, as well as height, single-story configuration of fire apparatus access. Fire Chief John Cuffs from the Harbor Springs Area Fire Department received his letter 8/4/2026 from Chief Welsheimer. It was distributed in an email to you on August 5th. And that supported Chief Welsheimer's proposal. Fire Chief Jason Losey from Alliance and Littlefield Fire Department sent in a letter, and that was received and distributed on August 5th. And it urges adoption of the amendments and incorporation of the Resort Bear Creek Fire Department's minimum standards into the final draft. Also today I received two-page speech is what it was called from Al Welsheimer, Fire Chief for Resort Bear Creek Township, and that he said he was not able to be here due to an emergency, and he asked that that be read into the record. I do not read comments into the record because we have so many that I just can't honor that request. But it is on your desk this evening. Lists against data centers. Laura and I have been, as part of our master plan process, going to different areas of our county, talking with different folks, and this was one of those meetings that was, we were asked to come and talk about the master plan. When we arrived, it was very clear that the citizens there did not want to talk about the master plan, they wanted to talk about data centers, so we accommodated that discussion. The group suggested adding language to the definition for commercial storage facility warehouse to specify that data centers are not included in the definition and therefore not allowed in the Emmet County zoning ordinance until we have time to go through and review and update for data centers. David McBride, business owner, sent in an email. It said 8/5 on the email, but we received on the letter, but we received it on 3rd of August, so that was provided to you. That one suggests that all storage and truck terminal uses, regardless of height or size, be set back 300 feet from a highway. He supports and highly supports Chief Welsheimer's recommendations. Carrie May, engineer, provided us with an email yesterday. The letter was received and emailed to you and also is on your desk. She recommends that we look at these standards very carefully, that we consider very specific changes that she had included in her comments, and suggested that the planning commission should postpone a decision until this can be worked through. So her changes that she proposed to self-storage facility, the definition, grandfathering in existing approved developments in the B2 zoning district, retaining underlying district setbacks while utilizing objective performance standards for setbacks and screening, clarifying prohibited uses of like commercial activities and occupancy for residential use, and to allow greater flexibility for farm forest storage uses. Fred Hackle, architect, also sent in a letter that was received 8/5, and he believes that the amendments create unnecessary and burdensome regulations for private property owners and requests the planning commission table the discussion and form a committee. Actually, Carrie May's email was received 8/5. Today we received emails from Joseph Sudak. He indicates that he supports Fire Chief's recommendations. Robert Gargero received today. He supports Fire Chief's recommendations. Jackie Hall, business owner, sent in an email and a letter, and she stated that she hadn't thought about the unknown fire hazards of a storage facility, and she encourages that the planning commission give the fire chief's recommendation careful consideration. Just at 5:45 this evening, I received an email from Littlefield Township supervisor indicating that they had received comments at their meeting last night. That is also on your desk this evening, the cover email, as well as the 2-page comments that were provided. I did not have a chance to read through that whole thing. I just got it before the meeting. So the planning commission actions, the options for the planning commission would be to recommend approval to the board of commissioners the way that the draft is formulated, to recommend approval with modifications to the board of commissioners, or to postpone a recommendation to a date certain. And you could consider setting a special meeting to continue review, you could consider establishing a subcommittee, or you could consider recommending that the board of commissioners extend the moratorium and the pause as is, or with modified terms. And I say that as is or with modified terms because what we have found just this week is that we do have an approved B2 property that was approved in 2023 for commercial storage facility. It's broken up into units that they received their permit for their first building, and it's built and completed. They don't have their certificate of occupancy, but they're working through that. But they came in and applied for their second one, and the moratorium very specifically does not allow staff to issue the permit. So if you decide to postpone and recommend that the planning commission consider a pause, I think it would be worth taking that into consideration. Also, we do have PUDs, planned unit developments, where commercial storage was contemplated when that planned unit development was approved. Those are paused right now as well. So, those aren't moving forward until this is resolved. So that's what I have for you. I know it's a lot. If you had any questions for me, I'd be happy to try to answer those. I tried to answer as many questions as have come up over the last month as I could. This is a public hearing, and so that's the next step.
Okay.
Regardless of what this board decides, if this board decides to recommend, the recommendation goes to the board of commissioners, who has the final authority in approving a zoning ordinance text amendment. If this planning commission recommended approval of something and the board reviewed and approved, then we have to advertise in the newspaper that zoning ordinance amendment has occurred, and then give 7 days before it actually takes effect. So assuming if that would happen tonight, I have requested to be on the August 20th Board of Commissioners agenda, pending the outcome of this meeting tonight. And so if the Board of Commissioners acted on August 20th, the next publication date would be the following Wednesday for Harbor Lake newspaper, and then it would be 7 days following that, which would put us into September.
Sorry, so the September 1st deadline, so we wouldn't meet that deadline then? Based on that timeline?
Correct.
Meaning that things would be able to go
Can't hear you.
forward?
Meaning that there are implications regardless of how we move forward.
For the September 1st.
Right, if no ordinance amendment is in place on September 1st, I will have to consult with legal counsel, and by the way, legal counsel is not here tonight, and that was planned well before this meeting was scheduled, that he would be gone this evening, but we have no legal representation here tonight.
Right, thanks. Before we go to audience or public hearing, any comments or staff on what was, what Tammy just reviewed, I should say. The minutes were lengthy last month. Good dialogue, right?
I did have a question about the presentation tonight. Can you go over the two approved that you talked about? One, you said the first phase was already started or built but not occupied yet, and then the second one,
Sure.
I lost track of it there, I'm a simple man, so.
No, I'm sorry, and we both, that just came out recently, I mean, okay. The one is in Bear Creek Township, it's on US 31, and it is, there is one storage building that was built on a property, the site plan was approved for 2 storage buildings. And so that applicant came in this week, the property owner came in this week and said, I'm ready to start my second building. The pause that's in place with the resolution does not allow me to issue permits, so I'm not able to do that. The occupancy part, that's an aside, the building that they already built does not have a final certificate of occupancy, it has a temporary, and so they're working through the details. And really, it doesn't make sense to issue a final until both buildings are done, because they have to do stormwater management, and they have plant trees. So to do those things, really both buildings should be in place.
So the next question, my follow-up question on that, just so I understand. When we started this moratorium, that was already approved and already started, but we didn't, how did we not know about that? Did we know about that and we just forgot about it, or, and I don't mean you, I mean the board?
The question had come up, is there anything pending?
Right.
And I thought the
and I
answer
was-
was no.
Right, I was thinking pending, like, planning commission approval. That wasn't one that I thought of during that moment when that
Okay.
question was asked. But it came up this week when the applicant came in and said, I'd like to apply for my permit, and
So this guy's got, I say guy, this person has considerable investment started, and now we put him on pause.
right.
Okay.
And the second one, actually, the second one is a plan unit development. The process was not approved for a final plan unit development and site plan, so it was preliminary, kind of like a rezoning. It was a rezoning. And the contemplation was that it would be storage. This is in Friendship Township, on the corner of Stutzmanville and State Road area, where there are other storage facilities already in place. And the property owner's representative came in and said, I'm interested in next phase. And I have to say, sorry, I can't take anything until this is resolved. You would have the option to go to the board. There is that provision that allows for the Board of Commissioners to authorize moving forward. They opted not to do that.
When did that second property owner approach you?
The second one was the first one I talked about.
When did the
first
PUD, the one that you just referenced, the PUD in Friendship Township?
Yep, April?
So the first time they approached you was after a moratorium?
Yes,
Okay.
for both.
The Bear Creek Township half-built, not half-built, approached you this week?
Yes.
But that was already approved, the other one wasn't approved before the moratorium, or it was?
It did not receive the final approval.
Final.
Okay.
It's just a preliminary PUD.
Okay.
Yeah, any other questions, staff?
Chairman, I do have one comment. I'm not in favor of controlling indoor lighting.
All right. Let the record. Anything else? Good, Kelly? For now? Good. Okay, this time we'll go to the audience, open the public hearing. Welcome everyone here. In the back of that, public hearing procedures and rules of conduct. I'll just go through it briefly. A lot of you have been here before. Welcome everyone here. Appreciate your time being present, and we respect your comments. Everyone who wishes to make a public comment will be given an opportunity to speak tonight and during the public comment period, which will be opening here. Public hearing, case procedures, rules of conduct. Wait for the chair to acknowledge you before you speak, please. Approach the podium so we can hear from the microphone. Offer your comments, begin stating name and record if you choose. Direct it to the planning commission and staff up here, not your neighbors, the public. We're not gonna engage in a discussion. And ensure everyone has ample time to speak. We'll limit to 3 minutes per speaker. Time alarm will work. We'll end it over, and chairman may allow extra speaking time for new information. Above all, please be respectful of the planning commission, the applicant, and your neighbors. So, at this time,
Hold on, we gotta make sure we got this straight.
okay,
Seems to have a mind of its own tonight.
county commissioners might have to buy us a new one.
That is a good one.
Maybe you ought to train the county commissioner better.
It's a cheap one.
One of those commissioners.
We'll put that in the budget.
Send it right down here to
The tech guy.
besides that, he's vice, he should be running that anyways.
Phone timer, anything, Laura?
Yeah, I can do that.
Could you do that, please?
Yeah, it's counting up.
Yeah. First time it's
Laura-
done that for me. I've never seen it do that.
Laura will keep track. Okay, at this time, anyone like to speak on this case this evening?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay, hello, I'm Carrie May. I think I can speak.
Yep, absolutely.
First of all, I'm a design engineer at Boyne Engineering and Design. I represent quite a few of the storage facilities that have been approved in the last few years. And I really appreciate the work of your staff. They're very good and have provided me a lot of information that I have needed along the way, and I know they do the same thing for you, so I just wanted to make mention of that. I'll try to be really quick. I know I only have 3 minutes, but I sent you a letter, tried to identify a couple of things. I think my big concerns are, I think there's some drafting things involved with your text amendments that are gonna cause you some heartburn later, that I think it'd be well worth everybody's time now to consider them and hopefully maybe make some adjustments that'll be better for everybody. And I hope that you'll consider doing that. Maybe, take a little pause, and even my clients that are on hold right now, I think they'd rather see this, maybe you can do something with your moratorium that lets existing projects go forward, and then, take the right time you need to correct some things. So quickly, under the definitions, the self-storage facility definition is talking about leased or rented. I think that's kind of missing the condo storage. There's quite a bit of that out there. I think it should be leased or owned and rented or sold. It's kind of the same use, just a different ownership. And then the self-storage facility definition says it's customarily related to residential, office, and commercial. However, the actual rules put in place says that it shall not be used for residential, commercial, or industrial. I think it's just a wording thing. I think maybe you're trying to say it can't be a dwelling or a manufacturing facility, in which case we could just, clear that up and rewrite that a little bit better. I was reading it today. I see a couple other issues with definitions and other uses that this may be, this is going to affect a lot of your different uses and definitions that maybe we're missing, and if I get time, I'll tell you about those. Land use matrix, I think, my biggest concern here is that if we change some things that are creating non-conforming uses, so if, we've got already approved projects that are really good projects, but suddenly they have something that burns down over 80% and it's not in this, large blanket setback, they've got trouble, right? And I think we could
you could maybe be a little bit more creative with a, you know, a performance-based spec that directly, is that me already? Wanna
I'll
hear-
let you finish.
You wanna hear more? Okay.
Finish it.
But if you could do some land use standards that, are directed right at the impact you're considering, I think that gives you a lot more flexibility. You already have a lot of power, especially if something's a special use. So you might wanna consider that. I think also, I think you wanna consider maybe about removing the self-storage and farm forest because it's gonna have unintended consequences. It's removing a rural service, it's increasing traffic, it's limiting market supply, and it's encouraging poor storage in the counties. I mean, that's something rural communities need just like other communities. And, you know, we don't want them to have to drive to town to store their stuff. B2, taking the commercial storage out of B2, I think is a real issue. The way I read it, maybe I'm wrong, but the way it's putting the rented pods in that category and taking it out of business would mean also that you can't have a car sales dealership next to an enterprise rental car dealership. You know, it excludes retail sales and manufacturing, but there's a lot of other types of uses that you may want in B2 that are gonna be affected by that. My copy, Tammy said earlier, that the screening for the self-storage was just residential. Mine says roads and residential. Is that right? Well, you don't have, you can look at it, but I mean, I thought I heard you say that, so. And then obviously this self-storage facility, both with the 200-foot setbacks, I think you can address it a lot better with a performance standard, but specifically the 200-foot setback for the self-storage and the 15-foot height. You know, it has the appearance like you're favoring mini storage, but not condo storage. One of the things that storage is really good at is filling in vacant, unused buildings. I think I counted 9 to 11 on my way between Petoskey and Conway. And, you know, you just have to think how many years should those buildings sit vacant before that's an appropriate use? Because people like to take those and, you know, divide them up into a few big condo storage units. And if they're too close to the road, it's not gonna be able to be done. So then they just sit vacant. I think I'm done.
Okay, great.
You will? Oh, I'll be done. But anyway, thank
You're
you,
good.
and I hope you do a pause.
I went through your stuff too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate it.
Yep.
We'll get through some other comments and, yeah, some.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Paul?
Thank you. For the new recorder, good evening, everyone, again. Okay. First, I'd like to dispel the rumors that I'm working with U-Haul, all right? And I'm sad to say that some of the people who are making these false claims are sitting amongst us tonight. So I'm stating right now for the public record that this is categorically false, okay? As a stakeholder who is adversely impacted by these proposed text changes and has requested at several prior meetings to either set up an ad hoc committee or a special meeting at a work session with the PC, only to be ignored, I have no choice to question the fiduciary responsibilities of this commission. The proposed setbacks of 200 and 300 feet are arbitrary and without justification. If this is justified, then why not do it on all county roads as well in commercial districts? The height limit of 15 feet, again, is arbitrary and not necessary. Maybe the proposed 15 feet height limit within the 200-foot setback is to protect some of the current storage units which would otherwise become non-conforming with these new regulations. Let's talk about height. For example, a 50-foot wide building with a 10-foot sidewall and a 412 roof pitch is just over 18 feet in height. If it's 12-foot sidewall, it would be just over 20 feet in height. If it has a 16-foot sidewall, it would be 24 feet in height. The current height of 30 feet should be maintained without any question. Screening. Screening that is filtered can offer both the property owner and the community a benefit versus solid fences and hedges. We all know the adage, fences make great neighbors. Well, do we really want someone to put a solid fence several hundred feet long that is either 8 feet or 12 feet in height? Those are some of the standards that you guys have in there. Personally, I can't imagine anyone would find this pleasing. Does the county have any fence regulations regarding maximum height? I don't know. So much more to discuss. I am respectfully requesting either withdraw these proposed amendments or postpone for further review, include all and any stakeholders at the table. I might have a second or two left. I just take a moment if I can. Two easy things. Number one, I think the commercial storage and warehousing should be back in the B2 as well. And if I could just touch for one moment on the fire department's letters. No one is questioning the safety of the firefighters who have the most dangerous job, certainly one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. However, we also have fire codes and building codes to address these things so that they can work within their safest environments. Residential units, multi-story hotels, two-story homes, apartments, storage buildings, they all have risk. And there are building codes and fire codes to help with that. So please consider all those as well. Fire chiefs are right, but so are the building codes and the fire codes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Zach Stewart. I'm an attorney with Allward & Fisher in Traverse City, Michigan. I'm here tonight on behalf of my clients, Walker's Mountain View. Walker's Mountain View is an owner of a RV resort and condominium storage development in Bear Creek Township. And I obviously, and on behalf of my clients, I think we all appreciate the work that the Planning Commission has obviously done and put in time with this thus far. But I think from the comments of the public that the Planning Commission has heard tonight, it's very clear that this proposed ordinance amendment is a little undercooked as it is right now. And it needs to be a little bit more developed before we put this thing into our ordinances and say that this is our law moving forward. I remember I was at a speech a long time ago and someone said, listen, good leaders pass good laws and that passes through to the public. And so that's what I think the public is asking us to do here tonight, is to pass good laws that get the benefits of what a well-developed plan is. And I have prepared a few comments about some of the issues here tonight that I see with the ordinance as it is right now. The number one thing I always see with this is that if we pass this ordinance, we are creating a number of significant lots who are now going to be non-conforming to what was there before. I think Carrie kind of passed on that, discussed a little bit of what the issues could be if they arise moving forward. We've also discussed planned unit developments that have already obtained approval to build what they want to build from the same planning commission in the last 5 to 10 years. And let's say, I don't know if this is true or not with respect to the facts, but they've obviously received that approval, and can they continue with that forward? I'm sure the Planning Commission is very well aware of the idea of grandfathering and vested rights and legal interest and what that may entail moving forward. And nowhere in this revised ordinance is there sort of a carve out for what those vested legal rights that should be grandfathered in are, or how they're defined. So that's another issue that I see. I see some issues with equal protection and unequal treatment with respect to some of these properties and where they are located in the district and the 200 and 300 foot setback standards. I think at the same time we've got an ordinance that, as it's drafted right now, is both overly vague at points but also overly burdensome at points. And I think that, again, this is something that we table this discussion, we put into a group, and we try to revise and hammer out these details. It just takes time, and I certainly appreciate the time that's been spent on this thus far, but shouldn't we spend a little bit more time to make sure that this thing is hammered out to the best of our abilities? And you talk to any attorney who practices, and they hear things with vagueness, they hear things with overly burdensome, and they will just, and I'll finish with this, and as the Planning Commission knows, what that does is that only lines the pockets of the attorneys, because what you're talking about is lawsuits that would potentially move forward. So I asked the Planning Commission tonight to table this, to get some further discussion, and let's get some more input so that we pass some good laws here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this discussion? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Jackie, I saw.
Hi, Jackie Hall. I prepared my speech. I didn't plan on being here, and it was over the 3 minutes, so I just sent it to you guys. I would just ask that if you did extend this deferral moratorium to allow the two projects to move forward. It sounds like they've been approved, and it would make the most sense. And also the Bliss data group comment on adding the data centers in the verbiage for the commercial warehouse, I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. This will just handout. This is just a handout for some positives of storage and then more in a general sense. I'm Craig Rose. I represent the 31 Garages project and the Harside Road development on 31 North in Petoskey. Appreciate your efforts to guide our county, but have concern and ask that you do not recommend this current text as proposed, and if you do at some point in the future move forward, that you consider refinement where needed along the technical lines of the contributors that came before me. I stood before you just 2.5 years ago and presented the initial phase of our project, which has now been completed. It's been an overwhelming success, and we appreciate your support. Rather than buyers spreading out across the county, we put together a really nice project that fills demand in a good way, and I think on the right parcel. Our condominium ownership is a little different than some of the self-storage things that have been discussed. We focus on a luxury clientele that expect excellence, and to meet their expectation and your expectation, we use quality materials, executed our plan to create our first-class project that I believe elevates the corridor around us. The project was built with millions of dollars of investment. Much of that was spent to support local jobs. I felt our discussion back in January of 2024, which is just a very recent approval, was very positive, and the vote to approve our project was unanimous. And I'm very surprised that we're here today after approving our project. We just barely had time to build it. And I think that we should all be proud of how it turned out. This is an image from the slide deck from that night. We built it exactly, and it looks exactly like this, and this is what you were presented. And so thinking today that there may be standards that just in this short time frame, it's surprising to me that it would somehow not be allowed going forward. I heard it mentioned along the way, about the merits of storage, the merits of using B2 and being good for business or not, but I believe the tax-based growth and economic impact is significant. Our property was a vacant car dealership with a taxable value of $600,000. It's now 8 times higher. Once it's sold out, it will be $10 million, and then if we're allowed to build our second phase, which we plan to apply for, depending on the outcome of this, on the rear of the property, that'll be another $20 million in taxable value, which I confirmed with the assessor. And that's on top of the $80 million that our project already brings into the community. And then you start thinking about the injection of capital. Our buyers of these storage units spend 20 to 50% of their value to outfit their interiors. Also local paychecks for trades that help the community. And then when they come and enjoy their time in our area, they spend another 5 to 10% of their asset value every year. So that's $1 million to $2 million injection just from our storage units that goes back into the community. And I believe that many people in this room benefit, their families, their friends, their neighbors are benefiting from projects like this. And we hope to be allowed to, expand that benefit. As I said initially, please do not recommend this for approval tonight. And if you do eventually move forward, please temper those with practical and less fearful approach. And that promotes a welcoming and positive atmosphere that helps Emmet County grow. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I had to talk a little fast. Where's the timer? I want to see how I did.
Yeah.
Good.
Waiting for the ding. Thank you.
Timer's broken.
Yeah, thanks.
You did good. Anyone else on this case? Yes, sir.
My name is Doug Knowles. I'm the gentleman who owns the property. I think they were talking about that half of it started and finished and the rest of it, we went for a building permit on Monday and was told we couldn't get one to finish the project. We've done everything we were supposed to do. We've spent a lot of money going through the process with engineers and site plans and everything else. We're paying taxes on it every year. It's a site, we've condominiumized the buildings. One building has 7, the next building will have another 7. I'm already taxed on every building that's there. I have 14 different tax ID numbers. So I think that I'm being held up because a couple of guys were worried about competition coming into the area in the storage business. So it's harming me because they're worried about some competition. I would like approval tonight to forge ahead with my plan that was approved 3 years ago. So that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, sir.
My name's Tim Davis. I'm the other client that, I'm in the PUD that Tammy spoke about out of Stutzmanville. Life's busy. We were gonna put it on hold until after you guys made your decision, but if you postpone now, we would ask that maybe you consider moving forward with our PUD and taking that out of your decision to postpone on Mr. Knoll's project and my project. That's what I asked for. Thank you.
I might have a question.
Yes, sir. It's just John knows I was going back to the audience. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name's Jack Anderson, and I'm in the same vicinity as most of the people that are concerned here tonight. I have an existing building, and I think it might exceed some of your levels in height, and it's probably not 300 feet off the 31. I own the Petoskey RV. We have a storage facility across the street, and I'm just curious as to would there be somebody in existence, is this a, would they be affected by any of the new rules? And Tammy, I've worked with her numerous times, and she's always been great to me, and I'm just really have the question because I am in the B2, correct? And if I got an existing building there, am I in jeopardy, or is there anything there that would affect me going forward in my storage? And we store RVs, and, those kind of things. So anyhow, just a question on that. Tammy probably can answer it, but thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Steve Hardesty, local business person, and I just want to say I support the Bliss recommendation to put the data center language in. I don't know if you can vote on approving tonight without, and still have that in there, so saying that, I would also suggest that maybe you extend the moratorium, and I personally would support both these gentlemen's projects to be able to move forward. I think that it would be real detrimental to them if you didn't address that aspect of it tonight, and allow them to move forward. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else on this case? Connor?
Tana Baldwin. I don't have any connection to storage whatsoever, except I see it. If you can do something to grandfather in uses, I don't know what the language of that is, or if you can, but that would be good for people. It would be good if these people who had projects already going could go forward with theirs. I think it's wonderful that my PHS classmate was able to do storage units and build a great business. However, Craig's facility is one of the things that everybody looked at and said, oh my gosh, who allowed that? Because of the location and how close it is to the road. And I don't think we heard it said in this room, and I have heard it around the community, that not only is that too big and too close, but that storage is everywhere. And storage is everywhere because it's a really cheap thing to do. If you have the money to build it, it doesn't take a lot in order to make money off of it. That's why we have lots of storage and lots of car washes, because they're high return businesses. And we could put them everywhere. I mean, they don't even have to fill them to make the money that they need. So, it's nice that we have these things, but we really need to put them places where we can have some other, so we can preserve our business corridors and areas, not only aesthetically for both ourselves and our visitors, but also for there to be other kinds of business, because we could fill the whole place with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this case this evening? Anyone else? Carrie, you have anything else?
Sure.
I'll grant you another 3 minutes. Yep.
Excellent, thank you.
You're good.
I'll be quick about it again.
No, you're good.
Just missed a couple things. We talked about the commercial storage definition, and I would just want you to look at the other definitions that maybe need to be addressed, such as the contractor buildings. So like you can have a contractor building, their requirements are you can only have the door facing the road, you can't, or the office, you can't have your storage facing the road, but they're basically a storage building also, full height, right at the right of way. Accessory building storage, I'm not sure how that's affected, but it should be considered. And then, again, lumping in the rental there, what about like service? Like if John Deere wanted to come to town and do a John Deere equipment service center in the business district, would that be allowed? I don't think it would be. And then the 200, 300 foot setbacks, a couple of little consequences that I didn't mention. If we're just gonna do that as a blanket technique to control the use, we shouldn't forget that that's gonna create dead space at the front of lots on the highway where you presumably want your densest developments, as opposed to moving it to the back, concentrating it back there, probably adjacent to residential in a lot of cases. It might be preferable to have it up towards the front. And then again, depending on the lot size, a lot of them will be, not be able to use that. It's kind of a large lot bias there. Like there could be a very suitable lot for that you're counting out because it's not deep enough. And I think you want that flexibility. When you talked about the self-storage having to be on the lot of your primary residence, I was just gonna relay to you in the Farm Forest District, right? They can have a storage building. I thought that's what I read, but I've just seen that backfire, because let's say a guy has 2 10-acre pieces, he lives on one, and his neighbors are right there, and it's way big in the back, and that's where it has to be. Where he might have another 10-acre piece that has a nice little flat spot in the middle of a swamp, and you want it where it's the least impactful, so you might want to give yourself the flexibility there. And again, farm forest, like there's other townships, not that you would follow what other townships do, but for example, like Melrose Township has added storage into the farm forest district because they recognize that there's some places out in the county where there's a lot that's maybe not good for farming or the other uses that's perfect for self-storage. It's out of the way. And again, it provides that amenity out in the county. And then the last one is just, about the 31 garages. I've gotten a ton of compliments about that. People like the way that looks. But my point would be, where better to have 28 guys with a lot of money than in a little box all right next to each other, as opposed to every one of them goes out in the county and buys 40 acres and puts one pole barn on it. I think it's really good to have that concentrated right there for that obvious reason. So I just add those in. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, last call. Anyone else want to speak in this case this evening? Okay, this time we'll bring it back to the board level for discussion on the case in front of us. Oh, I'm sorry.
Would I be able to respond to a couple of questions that have come up?
Yes.
So I went back to the minutes from January 8th, 2026, and this planning commission was discussing the resolution that was before them. Persick asked if there is potential harm to current existing businesses that want to expand. Bates stated that is possible. The risk to not doing the resolution is that we continue to review and chance that someone will bring in an application during that review time. We changed the whole PUD section and didn't put a pause on PUD, so that was the discussion. It wasn't specific to.
Which date was that?
January 8th.
January 8th. I do recall though also mentioning that you all had withdrawn their request and that was something that was not currently on the table. With regard to Mr. Anderson's property, the one that's on the same side of the road or the south side of US 31, same side as Botchman Industrial Park, that one is zoned industrial. I'm not sure of the setback of his building, so I wouldn't be able to respond and answer that question without doing a little bit more research, but that one is zoned industrial. The one on the north side is zone B2, so that one. And that's, so outdoor implement sales, outdoor auto dealers, those are not storage facilities. So those are regulated, the land use matrix that's provided here are only those standards or those uses that we're discussing. It doesn't include all the other uses that are allowable in the business B2 zone and industrial zone. So I did want to make that clarification. And then also the proposed language with regard to allowing storage buildings in farm forest. It is already allowed in farm forest as a special land use. There has been some challenges with the way that it's written into the ordinance right now because it says warehousing, and then it lists farm forest as a special land use for warehousing, but that wasn't the intent for that, and so that's why this was created. It still does allow for storage facilities to be built in farm forest, but with these provisions which are pretty close to what's already in place. And if you'd like, we can provide what those differences are. I think we probably did when we were first reviewing these standards.
All right, thank you, Tammy. Okay. Comments? Back to the board level. You want to start?
Couple general comments, Mr. Chair. One, when we were discussing this, at the same time, the battery energy storage systems and data centers is part of the conversation. I think there was some initial concern that if we did not clarify the storage use language, there was some concern that a potential data center applicant would leverage lack of clarity in storage uses to build a data center where we intended for there to be a storage use. So I do think the proposal or the conversation of making sure that we explicitly state that is relevant. I seem to recall legal counsel providing some kind of insight as to how we do or don't say that, so I can't recall that, and he's not here this evening. But I think if it's legal to explicitly state that's not included, I think that's appropriate. The only other observation I want to just draw attention to is of the comments made this evening, many of them are requesting a pause or that we table this or we just need a little more time, to which I would also refer them to the minutes of January 8th that Tammy just read, where we debated this length of time. I was not a fan of the moratorium for this exact reason, but we stated a date and then immediately agreed in that meeting to put out the information as quickly as we could. We directed staff to move ahead, conditional that the Board of Commissioners would accept this proposal, and they did. And so the February 5th meeting, we discussed this. Townships were sent a preliminary review to ask for feedback. The March meeting, no feedback from any stakeholder or any township, period. So we had 3 months go by with nothing. And so there's a part of me that feels like requesting to table this at the 11th hour so we can pause is exactly what we did 8 months ago, to pause, and that's why we're here. So I think there's been a lot of good comments this evening, but it does feel like there's folks framing it as if they weren't included in the conversation, and I take issue with that. We opened this conversation 8 months ago explicitly to solicit feedback, and we've all been at these meetings every month. The amendment as written, the ordinance as written, has been based on a preponderance of feedback to date. So I just want to make sure we're crystal clear on that.
Good. Jen? Comments?
You know, I always have something to say.
Sure.
I appreciate all the feedback. I appreciate everyone coming to the table. And I think we've had decent discussion the past few months. It started ramping up May, right? And we started, more people know about it, start hearing about it, and you get more people involved. And so I don't think it hasn't been, yes, we had a couple slow months, we've had a decent amount of input since then. I tend to agree that there's some parts of this proposed ordinance that I'm not quite there with, that it in my looking at it, probably could use a little bit more work. If we could get to that point tonight, if we could work through some of those issues and see how far we get, I think I'd like to do that before we talk about moving forward with anything or tabling anything, or approve whatever it is. If we could, if anybody else has things I'd like to discuss, I'd like to try and get there with that first. But I do think there were some good points brought up, so I'd be open to more discussion.
Couple things come to mind. One of my concerns why we're defining commercial warehouses has always been, how are we going to address the data centers in the future? Another comment that I hear once in a while is, we're colluding, we're, trying to keep out or exclude a certain business. I can tell you that's never been my motivation. I think that, I was operating under the knowledge that there was no pre-approved things going. That bothers me somewhat. Not that it was nefarious or there was any intention, that's not what I'm saying, it's just that we didn't know. I think we need to look at that a little bit. And the existing buildings, I am hesitant to create an ordinance that limits us using some existing buildings. You know, one thing that drives me nuts is when I see good buildings standing vacant or getting torn down to build something new when we probably could have saved some stuff there. So that's a couple things that I have concerned, but I really am tired of hearing how we're colluding and working against something, and that's never been one of my impressions.
Okay, I'll say a few things. I think that if this board get preliminary approval 2 years ago to applicants to do their storage uses, and they started them, they should be allowed to finish them. And also on the setback, I feel like 200 feet is more than necessary. I think 150 would be plenty. And I'd like to see the height increase to 22 feet.
Chuck, where do you want the height to 22 feet for self-storage, commercial storage?
That would be at the peak.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you want a height limit? So I understand that there's not currently a height limit for section 26.3 besides what's allowed in that district. And to my knowledge, there's not a height limit in 26.42, except that the setback changes with the height. There was conversation about that being limited to 1 story, but there's nothing written in the supplemental regulations that says that.
Yeah, it's my understanding the fire department wanted to limit the height, wanted to set a.
Which would be a new limit, there's not a current limit.
Correct, right.
Just to be clear.
Right, there's no.
Because that was mentioned in some of the public comments
maximum
that the height limits are, you know, don't limit the height, but I don't believe we have any limit to the height, other than what's allowed in that district.
That'll be defined in the district.
So, just to be clear, like, they could be currently taller than 22 feet, so you want to limit it to 22 feet?
Yes.
For self-storage and commercial storage?
Yes.
Okay.
So, if I might, the way that we measure height, according to the definition, is not to the peak, it's halfway between the peak and the eave.
Yeah.
That'd be okay with me, yeah.
Right.
So add a provision in each supplemental regulation to limit the height to 22 feet.
Yes. Majorly in the middle.
And then the Resort Bear Creeks, fire chief recommendation was a maximum height of 20 feet. Just want to clarify, you want the extra 2, Chuck?
Yes.
Okay.
And as I said before, I don't see any need to control indoor lighting.
But we ignored that. John Dooley, over there.
Probably could, well, just clarify the township's response. Maple River Township, we have, our little township has about 48,000 square feet of commercial storage. Over 3 owners. And we obviously do not endorse going and putting those in industrial. Rezoning these properties to industrial is not an option for us. The overwhelming majority of this storage is boats. Most of those come from Westbury Lake. So this would be a hardship. We consider it a taking. Even though the one we're told it's legal because it's an accessory use, however, the owners could not separate this front business from the back. So yes, it still would be a taking. I mean, I think
We need to work some more on it.
I mean, I look at like what we got from Bear Creek Township Board and saying, well, industrial could be split. I mean, we don't have the tools right now to make this work. We don't need to zone to industrial and have a data center in downtown Brutus instead of our boat storage. We like our B2 with boat storage. And as far as the self-storage, we didn't have a position. As far as setbacks, we're already set back, so. It's just moving the commercial storage to industrial is what we cannot accept.
One of the things that we had quite a discussion on our last meeting on commercial, one of my heartburns was how are we gonna define that motor freight terminal from the commercial warehouses? Quite honestly, one of my heartburns is there's no limit in there as to how many loading docks, truck wells that a commercial storage can have. So if, again, that's one of my heartburns, being able to find a way to put a motor freight terminal into a B2 and call it a commercial storage. And then one of my suggestions was, let's limit the amount of truck wells that are on that building. And the reason,
B2.
in the B2 is, one of the reasons for that is, again, if I have 1 or 2 truck wells in there and it takes me 45 minutes to unload a truck, there's only a limited number of trucks that can go in there during that day. However, if I build a storage warehouse in B2 with 10 or 12 truck bays in there, I've just exponentially brought a lot more intensity of traffic into that B2 district. That's my biggest hang up on those being allowed in the B2 district. And listening to what Mr. Eby's saying, that would resolve that issue. In my mind.
The truck wells,
Right,
the loading docks,
The loading docks, right.
like a freight terminal.
Right, so we have a definition right now of a motor freight terminal that is required in industrial. Right?
I believe so. If I'm reading it right, yep.
I'm pretty confident saying that's correct. However, when we define the commercial warehouse storage, there is no limit. So, as I said before, I could go to a B2, come in here in front of this board and say, this is commercial storage. However, I want 10 truck bays in there. What I've essentially done is just got a motor vehicle or motor freight terminal approved to go into a B2. And with the attorney here last week, or last time, that was confirmed that that could happen. Am I correct?
You are correct, and we had that discussion a little bit after the meeting, and he did provide he offered to come up with some amended definitions, if that's how you wanted to go, or additional standards that would address that. If you come up with a number of truck bays or loading docks, then we could address that pretty simply.
It just seems like, for me, on my hang up on this, as I said in the last time, I would much rather sleep during work midnights, work day shift, next to one of these storage units that Mr. Eby's talking about, as opposed to sleeping next to the UPS building.
Right.
So for me, I don't even know why we have two definitions right now, because the one can be amended to the other very easily.
Well, they were so similar, as you'll recall, that's why we just merged them into one thing.
Well, we didn't merge the definitions. We
Not
kept
the definitions, but the supplemental regulations
Right.
are commercial storage facility / warehousing / motor freight terminal / trucking facility. Because the concern that we discussed at length was if one use was allowed in B2 and one was not, they're too similar to be able to prevent them from commingling.
Well, that's an easy fix. I mean, come up with a number of doors. Another thing to throw in there is go up to Bear Creek, the bakery, what is it, Ferguson Plumbing, they all have bays. Do we wanna make them go to industrial? Nobody complains about them.
But
If we had the door limit, we could still have these clean distribution and warehousing in B2.
You and I might be saying the same thing.
Yeah,
'cause
no, I'm not
With
disagreeing.
doors, you don't wanna see a Parker Motor Freight or UPS terminal or Central Transport out there, Bay Shore, on corridor.
Well, that's my concern, you know, somebody brought up like Myers last week. And the difference with Myers is, yeah, they got what, 5 or 6 truck bays there. But they also provide a retail business. We have a commercial, you have a variety of businesses there in that building. Whereas if I come in and say, Tammy, I want a permit for a commercial warehouse, and I wanna put it in a B2, I'm not gonna say direct, I don't wanna get accused of saying I don't like this lot or that lot, but the bottom line is, I think we need to define that so we can keep it actually as storage and not a motor. My deal is the intensity of the traffic, the noise, all that stuff that's going in there. And you can really see the intention of how many doors you have. You know, you're right, we have a retail on those businesses you talk about. That is a variety of businesses that the business corridors need. That's been my argument
Yes.
from the beginning.
But the challenge that we talked about the whole time is you can't measure intensity of use in a site plan, other than limiting something like doors. But if somebody comes and says, you know, I expect to have 3 trucks a day, great. There's 20 trucks a day. We don't have leverage there.
No, we have leverage by
how many doors there are.
Okay, so how many bays are we talking?
I don't.
What's the magic number? And how do we come up with that?
We go bakery in Ferguson.
I don't think those count because that's
Well,
not.
they don't, but is that a use? If they didn't sell stale bread in front, it would be a distribution.
True. And Coca-Cola was over by Tassie Brewing.
And the boat storage could always sell kayaks 1 hour a day or something, you know, on the regulations, but I don't think that's what we're after.
I'm not sure how, you know, we had the attorney say he was gonna help us out and see how we could do that, and, I'm not sure he's had time, and, you know, I don't wanna cast any disparities towards that, maybe we haven't told him to do it, you know, but I gotta believe there's some kind of option that we can put in there as to limit this kind of, use.
But there's a lot of challenges trying to anticipate every possible use.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me is a challenge. We're never, time and time again, we're revisiting ordinance for something that came up that we didn't anticipate in the future. When this was drafted, the data center didn't even exist, right? So,
We are reinventing the wheel a little bit.
well, potentially trying to.
I guess what I'm looking at is trying to plan and not react, and being accused of, reacting and not planning. If the issue is, how is that B2 gonna be used, and how we're trying to plan what a B2 is, I think there's gotta be a way to, define it.
Attorney Mendelson did provide me with some examples that he shared, and I said I would hold on to those in case it came up. So he does have example of commercial outdoor storage establishment, commercial storage garage establishment, cold storage warehouse establishment, and then freight handling establishment. So he did take some time to put together some information, and it wasn't part of the last discussion in July, so I said to him that I would hold on to it, and if that was where the discussion went, that we could, you know, perhaps make some changes to the ordinance to address those things.
One of the other discussions I remember at the very beginning of this was that we were going to look at other townships, other counties, and I believe we did that. I think you brought some examples, but you know, I can't remember if we, how well we looked at those ordinances from other counties at the time.
Are those things that he provided additional definitions we could include to get more granular? Is that the idea?
These are just examples from other communities that he researched and found, and I'd be happy to go make copies and provide them to you if you'd like to see those.
I think we should.
Okay.
Are there other things he's drafted that we don't have? Okay.
Anybody else got anything?
Well,
Go ahead.
Ooh, I thought someone else. I don't mean to make this into 11 o'clock meeting, but, you know, I hear a lot of comments, even a couple from the board members, that 300 feet, 200 feet, and I think, should we be discussing those things before we make a decision today?
I mean, we can discuss them again. I feel like last month we discussed them at length. I know I've been frustrated that we haven't spent as much time on this, and last month we finally spent a lot of time on this, but we did last month, you know, there's an opportunity to go visit some sites that had the distances marked out, and I thought that informed the conversation pretty effectively. I want to just reiterate for this board and those in the audience, these 200, 300 foot setbacks we're talking about are not for every project everywhere. Right? If it's, that's from the state highway right-of-way line, if it's fronting or in the vicinity of a state highway for self-storage facilities. And then that's fronting or in the vicinity of a state highway buildings for commercial storage. So just to clarify, if this is not every site everywhere, and I feel like that has been lost in this conversation.
I think that's a good point,
Because if it's not in that vicinity, then dimensional requirements of the industrial district, including setback, height, shall apply to all buildings, outdoor storage, and access drives. Then we worked hard to make other supplemental regulations reference parts of the ordinance. So parking references section 22.02.2 from, warehouse. Signage is section 2.01 and 22.07. Screening refers to the landscape plan, which we have under screening standards. So I feel like some good degree of intention was put into this to try to make sure that as much as possible, supplemental regulations within the ordinance refer to other sections of the ordinance so that we are not reinventing the wheel. We have at other times deemed these standards to be adequate, and we are using those standards to explain this. And if we're talking about the setback, again, that's specific uses where we need the setback. If we're talking about screening, every site does not have to have a fence. There are other options for screening. For screening the loading docks, it's only if the doors are a certain size, right? And then the screening is tethered to the height of the dock. Screening features could just be an existing building, right? So I do take some issue with this idea that this is overly burdensome, because we have provided several examples of potentially existing infrastructure, existing vegetation, or other, using our screening language to help guide this. So it may feel like we're reinventing the wheel at times, but in a lot of ways, we are taking the good work we've put into this ordinance over the years and decades it's existed to make it more clear for potential applicants on this.
I think it was good that you brought that up, that clarifies a little bit. I think one of the elephants in the room maybe, whatever happens tonight, I think we need to know what our options are and how to address the pre-approved, I forget which ones they are now, but the warehouses that are started on 31, the ones that are up on
Studs.
Yeah. And I'm not sure I understood, so that means I don't know if Mr. Anderson understood how his building would be affected if this goes through, and I was hoping let's address this stuff right out the get-go, because I think that's a major concern of many people. I'm not the chair though, so that's my suggestion.
If the building exists, it's grandfathered in.
That's what I was assuming.
So
but
there's
I
no
wanted that out.
risk to an existing property owner with an existing building, with the exception of if it were to burn to the ground.
Okay.
Or otherwise be demolished.
Right. Hit with
Be
a,
destroyed by any means
That's in-
up
that's
to
right.
80%.
That's what we're gonna say.
No, that's what the
That's-
zoning ordinance says already in the non-conforming section, Article 23. That if,
tornado,
Yep.
flood, whatever, if 80% of it's toast, then you're back
So
to
we're
square one.
creating non-conformity,
Right.
yes.
which,
Oh,
that's,
The other way.
like,
I don't know how you slipped that by me, but okay.
It was done this way.
So if somebody owns a building already, no
Yeah.
matter what district it's in, they still own that building and can use it as they need to use it.
So does that adequately address Mr. Anderson's concern?
As it was presented, it would. The building sounds like it already exists and it's already being used for an approved use.
Okay.
I mean, every case would be unique.
Okay.
but
I also
if
think it's the
destroyed,
position.
gone.
Yep.
And it's a non-conformity because of the setback.
Well,
Depending on.
we probably
the
shouldn't
location.
talk about his specific property.
Right,
I would
Yeah, that's a good
assume,
point.
right, I'm not.
yeah.
Most existing commercial properties would be nonconformities because of the setback. I don't think it's specific to anyone, but.
Yeah.
I
It
think
could be
that's
usage in the
probably
district though
biggest.
too. I think
Me
more than
too.
setback, it would be a use that's currently allowed in B2 that we're now saying would be an industrial. I think that would probably be that and setback might be equal. I don't know the path forward, but I do think it's certainly my position. It seems like it's the position of this board that for the 2 projects in limbo, nobody's interested in cutting those projects off. I do not know how that works, but I don't think that's anybody's intention to stop those projects.
Those two
Correct.
should be able to somehow move forward on those 2 projects that were.
But I don't know how that's probably easier said than
That
done.
was
It would be an action of the Board of Commissioners with regard to the resolution that was passed. And that could happen regardless of how this board moves forward. The board has the authority to rescind, amend, or extend or modify this resolution.
A recommendation from this planning commission might be helpful
Yeah,
to the
yes.
board
To
of
the board of
commissioners.
commissioners.
Yes.
As is or modified the terms.
Yes.
Yeah, so whatever
That's
we
what I-
decide,
That's where I was going.
we could propose to modify the original terms to allow
Those 2 projects to move forward
Right.
to their liking.
So I don't think those should cloud what we do, because there's a path forward to, justice for those property owners.
They shouldn't be punished.
No.
But to John's point, they're being punished in Mayport Township.
I agree.
I understand.
But
Is
they're-
that what you're
Well,
getting?
They're grandfathered in.
No, it's more than Mayport Township.
It's multiple, yeah.
But just to be clear, those 48,000 square feet and all the other ones can continue to operate and exist.
Well, actually, the one had just rezoned with the intention, and then this comes through, and he put his place up for sale, so he's talking to the boat guy next door, so. So, yeah, this is causing problem. And another of the owners has a facility in Littlefield Township that would be affected by this in business.
And these aren't the only 2 property owners that have approached me this year asking if they could apply for storage. There's another one in Bear Creek Township on US 131 that has some existing storage buildings and wanted to expand. There is another in an industrial zoning district that has approached and said, we're interested, and, I have
But
to say
those,
this.
those did, correct me if I'm wrong, those did not happen before we put a moratorium on this situation like these 2 did.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
They they
So,
wanted to expand.
what I'm concerned about is what we approved, they invested money in, and now we said no. That's where I'm concerned about.
And I think that the board feels we can move forward on that and pause on those 2, modify the terms on those 2 properties.
Well, you could make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
Right.
with regard
Make that
to-
recommendation.
Separate?
Mr. Chairman.
Can we do that separately?
Yes.
And maybe you want to consider making a kind of a blanket recommendation for any uses that were approved prior to this to not be held up by the issuance of a zoning permit, just in case there are others out there that we're not considering tonight, a PUD or an approved use,
That's true.
just that if they had received prior approval of a site plan or PUD, that they would be allowed to move forward as it was approved.
I think we would need a list of those. That would exist, would it not?
I would support Laura's amendment that if they already have something approved by us, that they be allowed to move forward with it.
Because
That's
if
fine,
you
but
don't, but that's-
Laura cannot make an amendment, this board can make an amendment.
I support the language Laura suggests.
Because if we approved it already, you wanna look at it.
I want to make sure there's not, we approved it, I'm not suggesting we don't do something we don't approve, but I'm hesitant on a blanket approval for anything that could have possibly maybe been. That's different than a specific case being approved.
It would have to still be an active site plan.
Right, it would have to be a site plan that was approved by this planning commission.
and already initiated and not expired. So there are some limitations in that also.
It couldn't have expired.
Right. Yeah, because if it's expired, you can't issue a zoning permit on it anymore.
Right, and I mean, like, Tim Davis's request in Friendship Township, that was a PUD, not a final PUD, so he doesn't, like, he isn't waiting to come in and apply for a permit, but Mr. Knowles is, because his was a site plan approval, it was special use, but, he has gone through the final process to get approval, and I can't issue the zoning permit because of this. But at the same time, Tim Davis can't proceed to the planning commission with his PUD, that was his intent when he rezoned the property to PUD.
Okay, for the sake of this discussion, I think we're all in agreement. If Jennifer, you make that motion to make that.
I would make the motion to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to, are we like, to lift the moratorium for applications that have already been?
I think you'd wanna say amend, I wouldn't,
Yeah,
you wanna amend the moratorium.
Right,
for approved site plans as approved by the
Site plans approved by Emmet County Planning Commission that predates the County Board of Commissioners accepting moratorium on it.
that have not been
That have not expired.
yes, exactly,
Yep.
exactly, that was.
Same with
Now we support that.
Do you want to include planned unit developments?
Planned unit development, special land uses, and site plan approvals.
That would be affected by this change. Or this moratorium.
It's not a moratorium, but yes.
Or-
A resolution deferring reviews and decisions.
Amend the resolution, yes. Recommend amend the
We can
resolution
get
to
through those
include.
points.
I'm still curious what the scope of that,
Encompasses.
that's right. I mean, did we just give authorization to 200 projects or 3 projects? Well,
At
I'm
least
saying, how many projects, especially with preliminary PUDs, are out there?
Don't think we're
commercial
talking
storage?
about. Yes, specifically
Storage
affected
use.
by this is not outrageous or astronomical.
Probably the two in this room and one more. But there, I mean,
Realistically.
there could be more that I'm not considering, but. And truly, it's gonna be 2 months, you know, I mean, even by the time, if this happens, it would be probably at the August 20th board meeting. The applicant could apply essentially right after that, and then they would be on the October planning commission agenda. So by that time, you may have resolved this issue. This text.
I think the question should be asked though, that the applications that we're talking about, and they apply, apply for a permit they're still getting approval under the plan they've already submitted.
Correct.
Even if we change the ordinances, if we recommend approval to amend.
Yeah, that's my concern, is it's not
Those
just
are not-
reopening it to the new,
That's not certain.
right, that's the part, I know Bradley couldn't be here, but that's the part that I think is where we wanna do right by the stakeholders, but you don't wanna inadvertently put a motor freight terminal where we were thinking it was gonna be self-storage or some other storage use. We don't know that.
So we're not sure if that's out there approved. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm
Because of
saying,
the
It just kind of feels like we're writing a blank check.
that's my only hesitation. Not that those folks should not have the right to do what they proposed, but that if it comes through in this period of limbo, do we actually dramatically expand what's possible?
That they misled us?
Nope.
I'm not tracking. Sorry.
If we.
We're talking 2 cases, possibly 3 or 4. Yep.
But if we have an idea of what we've approved, he's saying based on the fact that we do have some clarification where it could be interpreted differently, that we might end up with something that we didn't plan on.
Right.
That's why I said we were I still use the word misled, or misinformed, or whatever you wanna say. I think that's where you're coming from, right?
Yeah, well, I'm saying if it's in a period of limbo, there might be a sense that if the original request was X, but if the new rule is gonna be Y, they could do Y.
They would have to wait till the new rules in place to do
Yeah,
that.
to do that then.
That it
And
would
then
be-
amend their site plan.
Right, yeah, it would, I mean, I couldn't issue a zoning permit for a structure that's different than what was approved
That
by
was
the planning
approved.
commission originally,
That's fine.
or use.
That has not expired.
Whether, I guess my question was whether the language is amended or not, they are still approved to go forward. Or their plan is still approved, they could still go forward. They're just held up because of the resolution. Does that make sense?
I think what we're trying to say is that if somebody applied for something pre-referral of decision,
Yeah.
that what we would like is for those people to be able to do what they wanted to do, as stated, as approved, pre-deferral of decision.
And if they were to amend that at all,
It would have to
wouldn't-
fall under the new,
That's right.
Yes.
if it's as simple as saying and doing that, that feels safe. And then the question is how many stakeholders fall under that? 2 that we know of.
Yes.
I don't know what Walker's Mountain Views is.
It's already been constructed.
That's already done.
But I mean, we have a building without a start.
What was it?
I don't know what that property is, but it sounds like that one, and there's a couple property owners who have stated that there's a second phase or a second spot that they.
The other PUD was not approved, so it would be,
Okay.
that there's nothing there. And there's nothing been approved for Tim Davis either, other than the PUD, like the
preliminary
PUD
PUD.
rezoning. But at this point, he can't come in for even a final rezoning or final PUD request because of the resolution until it's resolved, or September 1st, whichever comes first.
So it goes by what was approved, it cannot amend it, or else it's null and void.
Right.
But I don't think.
It would have to come back.
No, I think it would be important that we have language that protects those stakeholders. I think it's also important
Yes.
that we leave this meeting with an amendment to bring the board for adoption. I don't think, the longer this drags on, the worse this gets. We could get a week from the county commissioners to cover the publication deadline, but the more it goes on, the more people are gonna take issues.
Of the whole document, or you're talking about?
Yeah, I think the
what
limbo,
we're
I
trying
think
to
the
do.
limbo. Yeah, I think the limbo of right now, nobody can move forward. It's our job to make sure that we get out of that limbo as efficiently as possible.
Paralysis by analysis.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second.
Well, I think,
And we're still, I didn't want us to get off into a tangent of discussion. If we're still discussing that motion and second, then okay, fine. I just wanted to remind you to, if it's, to vote on it.
I'd have to hear the motion again.
Could you please repeat the motion?
A motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to amend the resolution to include site plans, plan use developments, and special use permits approved by the Emmet County Planning Commission that predates the Board of Commissioners accepting the moratorium that have not expired.
And should the word moratorium be removed?
Why does resolution? I heard resolution first.
It was resolution first and the moratorium second. I can change both to be resolution.
We could use the title of resolution deferring reviews of decisions regarding commercial storage uses.
Does it have a number?
No,
Okay.
there's a line through
Yeah.
that.
Yes, please include the title of the resolution.
I'm sorry.
Include the title of the resolution.
Got that, Alan?
Yep.
Dolly, good with that?
Yeah.
Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm hearing a couple different things here. I'm hearing the entire board say, yes, we want to allow these applicants that got approved already 2 years ago to go ahead and finish their projects. But I'm also hearing staff say, no, we can't do that. They've expired, they've been frozen.
I didn't hear that.
That was,
No.
That was,
That's not-
anything that has been expired that was, approved will not
Apply.
be applied to this, motion. So if they're still active and the expiration date has not expired, it'll apply. There's 2 that they know of, maybe 3, but it can't go, but if they're expired, they're 0. You follow?
Yeah, well, what about the ones that have expired? Would they be allowed to?
No.
No.
Not
they
un-
could reapply
reapply after we get
After
through
the-
this,
Under the new,
under the
Yes.
new
Regulation.
text, when that's approved. Is that clear, Chuck?
yes,
Okay. Good question. Brian?
One point of discussion. How hard would it be to find out how many projects are affected by what we just said? Like how would we, is there a database of active PUDs and site plans that involve storage that haven't expired? Like, what's the practical difficulty?
It's probably pretty simple.
Bear Creek,
The difficulty is that if you have a site plan that was approved in 2015 and you built a building, then your site plan is good forever. I mean, there's no expiration because you've started the project. And so to say, well, how many of those are out there, that would be challenging.
But
Now the site, yeah, because the site plan, they started the project.
so the language that we just discussed that was fed back to us as stated, and applicant in 2015 who started could claim that they are also exempt. They're also allowed to move forward with pre-new ordinance. Do they have to move forward in the next 2 months?
They would have to.
Or if this is a real sticking point, could we limit it to the 2 parties that are here? And then if anybody else crops up, then we address it.
It's always an option.
We can be specific and change it later. Because as I recall, the deferral language we had was that if somebody felt unfairly treated, there was a path. And as, to my knowledge, neither of the parties here this evening chose that path. they chose to come here tonight.
So we give them relief, and if anybody else comes forward, we address those as they come.
Yeah,
With that,
that's fine, but I wanna be clear, we're giving them relief that there was a path that did not involve coming to this board.
Well, and remember too, you're a recommending body in this case, and the Board of
Right.
Commissioners has the ability to do what they wish with this resolution. It's their resolution, not the planning commission's.
Fine. Well, if we're recommending to the Board of Commissioners, then it feels like, and we can do that, or they can change, anybody can go through that path. If we take care of the two parties here, that does justice to those stakeholders without exposing ourselves to unknown entities.
okay,
That's my concern.
okay.
Mine as well.
I have no concerns about the two parties
No,
here.
the two partials or halvesies or whatever, the two that we've heard from tonight, yeah, we need to give them some blessing. But yeah, I'm not real thrilled about opening up to unknowns.
Yeah, and if another party comes forward, they have a path.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, we don't need to make a motion that opens it up for everybody.
Okay. Can we amend that motion? And I'll support that. Okay.
I feel like to amend that motion, we would need the case numbers of those two individuals. You got that in your back pocket, John?
I will withdraw my motion.
You have to withdraw your second.
And I withdraw my second.
Now she can withdraw her motion.
And I withdraw my motion.
Can we get an applicant name for the two people?
Doug Knowles, Green
Just last
Valley
name, just last
Green
name.
Valley Investments.
Investment, and Tim Davis.
I should just send her Tim Davis right now.
Davis and Oak?
One US 31 in Bear Creek Township and one on Stutzmanville and State Road in Friendship Township, in the northeast corner.
Feels like we should have the address.
I don't know.
We're good, any
I
more?
don't think you need the address, but.
I'm gonna go to the audience. Craig, you had your hand up a couple times. Are you active on something?
Yeah, I mean, we've cleared the land. I know it's not by your definition, no, but it's, I was asking to be included as a third item, as a third approved project, because
We
we just,
haven't seen the site plan.
Yeah.
yeah,
We understand.
yep.
Thank you. Okay. I just-
You're saying, John, because it's a recommendation, the names are adequate.
The staff will have everything relevant by the time it gets to the commissioners.
Got it.
I don't even know if there's addresses on.
You're gonna make that motion?
Sure. I recommend that the Emmet County Planning Commission recommended the Emmet County Board of Commissioners that the applicants Noble and Davis be relieved from the moratorium because their applications were started before the moratorium was put in place.
Can we amend where it says moratorium to include the official name of the deferral?
The pause, moratorium or pause is all we have to work with.
Because it's a recommendation.
That's a
And the
recommendation.
legal recommendation comes from the board.
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
I'll second that.
Other discussion?
Have either one of these two we're talking about expired?
Negative.
Okay, good.
Not at all. Good? Ellie, roll call, please.
Neal,
Yes.
Evie,
Yes.
Bierman,
Yes.
Loffbaum,
Yes.
Persick,
Yeah.
Alexander,
Yes.
Gooding,
Yes.
Hinterman,
Yes.
Bates.
Yes.
Okay, we got through that.
That was easy.
Before we dive any further, we'll take a 5-minute recess here. 9:08. Tammy, you good? Ellen?
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
He's not.
Good. A request, if we can all speak into our mics, some audience members are having some difficulty, so when we sit back in our chairs, can't hear us, so it's okay to sit back, but we speak, let's try to speak up, so, okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we got through that hurdle. Next is,
Text amendment?
text amendment. We have the zoning evaluation, of course, and the drafts, matrix, general provisions, public comments, other materials that were supplied to us, so we got through the pause of those. I've got to read stuff.
So,
Okay. Start up. Definitions proposed and current.
Yep.
We're going.
so,
On the zoning evaluation.
yep.
The accessory building, commercial outdoor storage, commercial storage facility / warehousing, commercial use, home-based commercial storage building, self-storage facility, portable storage unit, and motor freight terminal. You got the right page?
Yep.
I know we've all had lots of paperwork shuffles. That's the one I'm on anyway.
Page 2 of 6, dated 7/23/2026.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep. I think that's- Thank you.
Thank you for making it simple. So,
Okay.
as
Tweak on it, or?
Yeah, I mean, I read through this several times. As it stands, this is, I feel like, what we spent some of the most time working through. This was the first time I read through these definitions and did not immediately have several things to mark up. So, other than the conversation around loading docks, which I'm still unsure how we define that, the definitions as written, I'm good with.
I have a suggestion before we get there.
I think we're at that point.
Well, I think we could simplify this a little bit and on a commercial warehouse, why can't we propose like one loading dock or truck well, however you want to define it, for every 7,000 square feet, as opposed to a motor freight terminal which has unlimited.
On that number 3, you're talking, put that motor freight or commercial storage facility warehousing?
Yes. That would not put hardship on John's examples as far as, I realize the bakery may not be exactly where we're talking about, but, and we could then leave these in B2 if we limited it that way.
How'd you get to 7,000 square feet?
Shook a tree, that's all. I mean, it's pretty high.
I threw that out there as
Yeah.
an example.
Yeah.
I mean, let's get it thinking that way.
I still have concerns about that use in B2, even with the dock door cap.
I bring this up because it would put hardship on some of these other, places that are already in effect, like John mentioned, Maple River, which there's a lot of those around. And yet it would limit or the intensity to, when it gets higher intensity, then we would put those in industrial. Or,
Yeah, I'm
Or-
sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think that would limit the intensity use in the B2. And with, large, like a motor freight, that would be an industrial. We'd also be able to have the retail business in the B2. I think it would limit the impact on existing businesses like Mr. Eby was mentioning. I guess that's my thoughts.
Mr. Chair, would you include it in B2 under a special use permit? So that you could look to see if there was a retail use or, an intense use that maybe belonged better in industrial?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's it, yeah.
Rather than just put the whole category back into B2.
You're talking about the freight terminal trucking, that's where.
The commercial storage facility warehousing.
I'm trying to be able to separate.
Yeah.
Then special use now in the matrix.
Motor freight terminal would still stay only in industrial, right?
Correct.
And then commercial storage facility warehousing would be a special land use with supplemental regulations in the B2 zoning district with that addition to the definition that you just mentioned. That's what you're proposing.
Yes.
I understand.
Thank you.
And that definition be.
Limiting it that commercial to the amount of truck bays and truck wells per square feet. A certain number of square feet. I said
One
7.
loading dock for 7,000 square feet.
I said 7 because 10,000 sounded like a lot. I threw that out there to get some discussion moving on this.
What if you tethered the number of loading docks to the acres of the site rather than the square feet of the building?
No.
Okay.
There was a question about data centers. They asked the guy in Wyoming or wherever, why did you need 80,000 feet? He says, I didn't. That's all that was available. So you could buy, not 80,000, 80,000 acres. So if you buy 80,000 acres, you could build a whale of a motor truck. See, that's where that falls apart.
Because you could put them all at one corner of the 80,000.
To be honest with you, this is my hang up on it.
And put the motor freight terminal is in I-1.
It's an I-1
You're
and it
concerned
would stay
that
there.
motor freight may come into the B2.
Under the guise of a commercial storage.
Gotcha.
Which is why we lumped them into the same.
Yeah.
Because we found that the definitions of commercial storage facilities / warehousing and the definition of motor freight terminal, even after months of wordsmithing, are still functionally so similar. It didn't feel like they could fall into different buckets without somebody just saying it's one thing.
Which is why the proposal works. Because that was the whole issue, was the number of truck wells and loading docks.
Which is why which proposal works.
Correct. At some level, differentiating them in the definitions. I mean, the primary use of the facility is gonna determine which category it falls into. The limitation that was proposed will further define that and further clarify for anyone wanting to come in under the guise of a motor freight terminal versus a storage facility or vice versa. You aren't a commercial storage facility because you have more than one loading dock for 7,000 square feet, so you would have to go into the motor freight terminal definition if you have to.
Then we're gonna
Unless
need
the
to-
primary use is retail, like Meyer, in which case it's, you don't look at that. Except as it relates to traffic generation and other things for that particular use.
And I think along that vein, I tend to see it with storage, a lot of this, not a lot, maybe not a lot. There are examples of storage where it's multiple types of storage, self-storage,
Portable storage,
I mean,
commercial storage.
and so I would see those square footage, okay, it's probably dedicated to the self-storage. That's your primary use when you, so I would say it's, you maybe get 2 truck bays, hands down. If you go beyond that, you become a freight terminal. If you're 3 or more, you're into the motor freight terminal. But
Yeah, what if there's just a limit of truck bays regardless of square footage? You don't have to worry about, a Ferguson or a Meyer because their principal use is not either of these things. So what if commercial storage? First of all, I'm not a fan of hitching all of our eggs on the number of loading dock basket, but if that's the path we're exploring, what if it's just a commercial storage facility warehousing has 3 doors tops, everything else motor freight? I don't think that would reflect how it's used, but. And we would need a definition of what a truck well loading dock is.
I think we already have that.
I was wondering.
I thought I read that.
We've done a lot of reading.
We don't have loading dock, we have loading space.
So you don't think we have a definition?
We have loading space, but not loading dock.
So could we make this contingent on definition of loading dock, truck bay, truck well? I thought I read that in one of the text amendments.
It's in the definition, but it's not defined. The motor freight terminal is a facility consisting of a terminal warehouse with truck wells, loading docks, and offices utilized as a shipping point or temporary storage point for the primary business of shipping goods or products for businesses and the general public, which requires the parking of semi-tractors and trailers as well as freight, cargo, and shipping containers for indefinite periods of time. A motor freight terminal may include ancillary facilities such as a repair garage, body shop, and wash bays. The definition of commercial storage facility warehousing is a facility that may include a building, group of buildings, and/or commercial outdoor storage areas for products, goods, materials, vehicles, equipment, and/or portable storage units, typically on a temporary basis before they are distributed to retailers, consumers, or customers. commercial storage facilities / warehouses are characterized by property owner / facility controlled access, inventory management and distribution operations, and may include administrative offices, but not retail sales, manufacturing, or self-storage uses.
So how do we make a definition of a truck bay, truck well, loading dock?
I don't believe in you can rely on the generally accepted definitions for something as generic as that. Just like the lawyers have their own dictionaries that they can look up words, we can look up words also. That's my opinion.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what do you just want her to add a limitation to the number of truck wells, loading docks, or truck wells or loading docks to a commercial storage facility? I think that would take care of your concern. Whatever that number is.
It's just one comment. One of the reasons I'm kind of stuck on this, besides Maple River Township, is the supervisor from Bear Creek and I were at a meeting within the last month with the two big wigs from Michigan Townships Association. We're very surprised that we're trying to put all storage into industrial. He said, that's a good use for business. It's quiet, it doesn't bother anybody. You put things in industrial that are gonna bother people, such as motor freight terminals.
And that's why.
Then when you look at moving all this commercial storage facilities and warehousing to industrial, I think we ought to keep an eye on countywide how many non-conforming properties we're gonna make. I mean, we should be a little careful.
And I think that's what my proposal does, is it helps keep the motor freight terminals out of the B2 and still leaves a warehousing in B2.
And if we put all the storage into industrial, we're gonna have to come up with industrial. If we come up with too much industrial, guess where the data centers are gonna go? We gotta be a little careful. We gotta work on data centers yet.
But I want to be clear, self-storage, as this is written, self-storage is allowed in B2 and industrial.
And farm board.
Right. So the majority of the uses that we have are fine. I mean, when we go through the example sheet of the existing cases, most of the ones that are built are fine.
Self-storage,
Right,
but not commercial warehouse.
right, but we don't have that.
That's what a boat storage is.
Commercial storage, yeah.
That's why I'm getting wound up on this, is my township has so much boat storage, and other townships have boat storage. A lot of square feet. And in our situation, it belongs where it's at because of its location.
In the non-conforming use you used again, there's multiple properties that are gonna fall in non-conforming uses.
If you put all commercial storage into industrial, yes.
And boat storage has to fall into the bucket of commercial storage facilities.
Very much.
I mean, home-based commercial storage building is a commercial use to shelter vehicles, boats, watercraft, and similar items. That's FF1, FF2 for boats. I mean, I'm not sure that boat storage meets the intensity of commercial storage facility / warehouse.
It doesn't matter what's stored in the building, it's the use of the building that determines whether it's a storage facility or something else.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think boats are being distributed to retailers and consumers. It's not a distribution point. The only thing that makes it not completely a self-storage facility is that you don't always put your own boat in the spot in the barn. I'm not saying everywhere that a boat's stored needs to be zoned industrial, but I'm also not saying that commercial storage facility and warehousing should be in B2 because we have boats. I'd rather find a path to compliance for boats, which are pretty quiet neighbors for like 8 months of the year, rather than unintentionally put much heavier uses because we were concerned about boats.
I almost wonder if the definition of commercial storage facility warehousing is too complicated. I really see it, it's probably more in line with the commercial outdoor storage definition. Instead of outdoor, it's indoor. It's just a covered warehouse that's not individually owned. It's, you know, not multiple individual owners. It's just one owner. You know, and I feel like an indoor commercial storage, then it separates it from the freight terminal. It's not a terminal, you're not coming and going all the time. It's a static storage, indoor storage facility.
You're talking the self-storage facility.
I feel like we could simplify the definition of commercial storage facility warehousing. You know, whereas right above that, you have commercial outdoor storage, a land area used in conjunction with a commercial use or as a principal commercial use for open air storage of products, goods, materials, vehicles, portable storage units, and equipment. This is just commercial use of an indoor storage of products, goods, materials, vehicles, portable storage units, and/or equipment.
Then would you put commercial storage facility / warehousing still with motor freight terminal and industrial? What would separate commercial indoor storage from the warehousing and storage facility?
Say that again.
What you're describing is basically an indoor cousin to commercial outdoor storage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which, when you read it, sounds pretty benign. But the commercial storage facility / warehousing was written to encompass more comings and goings, more trucks, more freight, more inventory, distribution. So what I was saying is, would commercial storage facility / warehousing be merged with motor freight terminal as one use that's all industrial, and somehow there's a commercial indoor storage? Again, it starts to get into semantics, because what's the difference between commercial indoor storage versus self-storage? And it seems to be that you yourself are accessing the facility versus somebody else is parking it for you.
Right, multiple interior units accessed by multiple people versus.
The owner operator.
Right, you have one building, one open air space. Yeah, we don't control who comes and goes, but it's generally one owner versus many individuals.
So if there was hypothetically commercial outdoor storage with its commercial indoor storage cousin, self-storage facility, and then you merged commercial facility and warehousing with motor freight. And the examples that we were given on the board, there's that like monster storage in Florida.
Mhm.
What bucket does that fall under?
I probably wouldn't merge commercial storage facility and motor freight. I think that, to your point, that separation of it's freight, it's all truck bays, it's not long-term storage necessarily, or coming and going. I would still keep those separate. If you wanted, but I do think there, you know, if you're saying, I think the difference would probably be per building, that per building, you're probably having a max number of doors versus a freight terminal, which is gonna have
Infinite doors.
right. So if we're saying I'm just trying to really visualize these uses and say, what do they look like? What's going on there? Let's try and just keep it simple here, to keep it what it is.
Pretty congested.
The letter from Bradley that was copied and put on our desk was just basically just a copy of Waterford, Charter Township of Waterford. But they created a macro category called commercial storage establishments, including but not limited to cold storage warehouse, commercial storage garage, commercial outdoor storage, self-service storage, warehouse establishment. That was all commercial storage establishments, which was separated from the other macro category of freight handling establishments. Unless you had different supplemental regulations for each of those subcategories of commercial storage, I would say it's right where we are. The only difference is they put self-storage underneath commercial storage. And we're saying that home-based commercial storage and self-storage are a lighter use than the commercial. Could I, Brett, you mentioned tethering the use by the number of docks, right?
Yes.
And I'm thinking about all the comments from
Yes.
the fire chiefs. What if, rather than docks, we used number of stories or height or something of that nature? Like, take the definitions we already have, and what if there was a indoor storage, commercial indoor storage, the cousin that Jennifer's mentioning, that was max height of 20 feet, no second floor, max footprint of 10,000 square feet as specified by the fire chief. If that was what was permitted in B2, and then commercial storage facility / warehousing was where you could go to the full dimensional requirements of industrial, and that's what's in industrial. Rather than getting into docks, I'm quite concerned about the safety component here. If you did indoor commercial storage, boats and such would all be totally fine, but then those buildings would be capped to a height and a square footage to to protect the safety as highlighted by several fire chiefs. But then we don't have to figure out every possible use.
And still have motor freight.
Motor freight terminal, still its own thing. Unlimited wells, it's an industrial. Commercial storage facility / warehousing, still its own thing, it's an industrial. What you add is a commercial indoor storage, somewhere between self-storage and commercial storage. commercial indoor storage would be the single story, max 20 feet, max 10,000 square feet. That could be in B2 because that is underneath the points of concern from our current firefighting apparatus.
That makes sense.
Because in a way, we're never going to be able to pinpoint every possible intensity of use. At the end of the day, what's come up the most is the safety of life and apparatus. And so if we go with those points, it allows us a little bit to have our cake and eat it too. Self-storage can exist in many more places, but we don't risk putting something that we can't control and we can't protect in an emergency where we don't want it. Are you open to that approach rather than docks?
I think dock still has to be there to define the motor freight terminal. However,
I just mean not tethering the use by the quantity of docks per square foot, but just saying there's a height and a square foot limit.
no, I think that what you're talking about should be in the commercial storage facility warehousing. The definition is fine, subject to special use permit and in B2, and that special use could limit it to 1 story. And if it's more than 1 story, then it has to go into I. And both would be allowed in B2 and I. If you're more than 1 story, you have to go to industrial. That would be a simpler.
So we use the definition we have.
Use the definition we have.
But then, which I would much rather than create a new
And
definition.
it's not it's not a use by right in B2.
Got it. So
And the
B2
special
use,
special use would require it to be 1 story.
okay. So if it's in B2, it's a special use, and then we can have the safety boundaries.
Yes.
And then if it's in industrial, it can be used by right.
Yeah, which is what they're asking for, is to move them into industrial. Or whatever regulations you want.
But if we do that, then the aforementioned property owners, boat storage, all of that's still safe.
That's to be safe. Because I don't know of any 2-story boat storages.
I've seen it in Florida, but
Or
multi-story.
4-story.
Then they go into industrial.
Yeah, okay.
Torch like that.
But that, I would much rather have the supplemental regulations clarify the existing definition than launch a whole new definition. Is that satisfy? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with the definition, just when it comes to where it's allowed. B2 would be a special use permit,
With the size and scope limitations.
whatever we put on it, yes.
So then under
Both
the,
the size and scope.
so then under the supplemental regulations, maybe it's a question for staff, but would there be like a 26.3 for these categories under industrial and like a 26.31 for the same categories under B2? How would we parse that out?
I think that you could add just a number or rearrange the numbers and just add another standard that said not more than 1 story and 22 feet in height in the B2 zoning district to be allowed or something like that.
So all this would still apply,
Yeah,
just with one more number that clarifies the limitations of
within the
B2.
B2 zoning district, these additional standards would apply.
Under general standards there,
Yeah, A,
Yes.
make it number 10.
Well, I think
probably number 1.
With as many loading docks as you want.
it could be number 1, but
Well, I mean, make 10 points rather than 9.
Yeah.
That's what I guess.
I guess that's a fair question. Should the clarification of B2 be right out of the gate or just add it to number 10? Or make it a new number 10? I kinda like how screening rolls into screening.
Yeah, I was thinking
Like-
more like a number 9 and move 9 to 10.
Yeah, good thing to hear right out the gate though.
That's my attitude. If I'm an applicant and I'm like, hey, sweet, I can do this in B2, perfect, and then I get the supplemental in the first one, it's like, whoa, hang on.
Yeah.
I mean, we could play around with that if we know what the standards are. That forming is somewhat irrelevant, but,
Alright,
I mean, we can figure that out.
I think our goal is to figure that out.
I don't think you need to figure that, which number it is, just.
No,
how
no,
many
no,
stories
figure out
are
what
on
it
the
says.
house.
Yeah, sorry. I meant, let's get
And,
pen to paper on
say
it.
that again then. Trying to track with you.
So, commercial storage
Yeah.
facility warehousing would be special use permit in B2. Permitted by right in industrial. All subject to the supplemental regulations with the asterisk. In the land use matrix, I mean. And then when you get to general standards, A point, I'm proposing point number 1, but A point would then say, in the B2 zoning district, commercial storage facility warehousing buildings will be limited to single story, maximum height of 20 feet, maximum footprint of 10,000 square feet. And unobstructed fire lanes of 25 feet. On all 4 sides of the building. And I would propose that as separate from point 6, which is that it must meet the standards of the local fire department. Because as I understand it, there's only a couple parts of the county that have adopted the International Fire Code. So I think it'd be important that we capture this in our own language, and then anything else that needs to be flagged, fire department and local jurisdiction could catch it.
How many square feet did you come up with?
10,000. Now that would be per building, not per facility, so if it's in B2, they could do 3 10,000s, but those 10,000s would have to have that 25 foot on all 4 sides.
All around it.
Yep,
80 by 120 is 9,600 feet, so that's the maximum.
yeah.
That'll work.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification, the 24 feet, is that only if it's in B2? You don't want that in industrial too, or just,
24
are
feet.
they the lane, the surrounding?
25 feet on all sides?
Or 25 feet?
Yeah,
Is
I would like
just-
that to be everywhere.
Yeah.
For turning radius.
Yeah, it was a safety
Yeah,
consideration.
Just making sure if you wanted that only in the B2.
I'd like it everywhere, personally.
I think you could add that as a second new point.
Mhm.
So it applies to both
To apply to both.
districts.
Mhm.
Yeah, fair, great.
I'd agree.
So the first point would capture the max height 20 feet, single story, max footprint per building of 10,000 square feet. Good. Second point for both of them, access on all 4 sides, unobstructed 25 feet with adequate turning radius. And I think that should be in that one, and honestly, I thought it should be in self-storage too, but I don't know if that's too burdensome.
Would there be any objection to just saying on all sides rather than all 4 sides?
Sure, because there's many multiple sides, yep.
That's good.
And I think based on this discussion that we probably should separate out and have 2 different sections, one for commercial storage facility warehouse, allowed as a special land use in B2, and industrial with the supplemental regulations, and then water freight terminal and trucking facility, a separate section for just industrial.
Yeah, it would basically just be a carbon copy of the commercial storage facility minus the points addressing B2 use.
Right.
Yeah. And the question I had distinguishing between vehicular access versus fire apparatus access, could we just strike .5 as currently written? And if .5 said access on all 4 sides, 25 feet unobstructed, turning radius. I gotta believe that would provide the adequate physical access that we were trying to capture with 5 originally. Does that feel adequate?
All.
Yeah, on all sides.
What are we gonna do with regard to limiting the number of loading docks and truck bays? Truck wells?
I'm still in favor.
You're still in favor of limiting?
Yeah, if there's a facility consisting of a terminal warehouse with 4 or more truck levels, loading docks, and offices.
So motor freight terminals 4 or more, commercial storage is 3 or less?
Commercial storage could be as long as less than 4.
So
I mean, the normal road's got 1 on each end anyway, so no one gets hung up on one loading dock.
Is that per building,
Well, yeah,
the loading docks?
the facility, so it would be, or it could be 3.
I think you'd have to
Per
stick
building or
with
per
facility, otherwise,
facility?
if you,
Facility.
you could end up with a lot of docks.
Right, that's what I'm kinda, whether it's all one building with 6, or if it's 3 buildings with 2 each,
A
still have
terminal,
6
no, a
bays.
terminal warehouse, which is singular.
I'm fine with the motor freight terminal being 4 or more. Under commercial storage facility, it says include a building or a group of buildings. I think that the cap of 3 would have to be for the facility, regardless of building count.
Gotcha.
Brett?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, because if it's a retailer with more than 3, the primary use is in commercial storage. So it's not like we're unintentionally excluding them.
And that wouldn't apply to like the, it wouldn't apply to like individually owned condos?
No, because those are garage doors.
Okay.
I mean, for the rest of it, I felt like we did a pretty good job. I didn't have any major concerns on the screening standards or the setbacks. I think one question I had was on permitted screening features, number 3, under 26.30. This came up before, and I don't remember. I feel like legal counsel provided advice on this, but subpoint D says existing or proposed buildings located on the subject property was a permitted screening feature. And I'd expressed concern that if those exist or proposed at the time of applying and then they're torn down later, what's our recourse? I know that's true with existing vegetation as well, but I think it was explained as part of the site plan, it would have to stay there.
Right, unless they amended the site plan or,
Okay.
it would
10th Street.
work into the, I mean, we've had that before where somebody.
Had with Meyer.
Trees on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meyer had the whole forest and then,
And had church that was gonna change to a
Yep.
office.
yep.
And had to come back.
So as long as that's good, then I'm good. And then, for self-storage facility, 26.42. At one point, I could have sworn we had that capped at 1 story, but as it's currently written, there is no cap. But I think that should also be at 1 story for self-storage.
That was a specific request, wasn't it, from the fire chief?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I thought it said that before, but when I reread it, there's nothing there. It does talk about once it's greater than 15 feet, the setback changes, but there's nothing saying it has to be capped at a height or at a single story. And I think self-storage being a less intense use than commercial storage should meet the same fire chief standard of maximum height 20 feet, no second floor, max footprint 10,000. You could probably just use,
26.42.
yeah,
2.
probably just take the same points from commercial storage into B2, should be the standard for self-storage as well. That way you don't run a risk of somebody saying, oh, no, this is self-storage in B2, there's no height limit, there's no story requirement. And then you could scratch the number 3 and replace it with the exact same apparatus access language. 25 feet unobstructed, all 4 sides, adequate turning radius. Because you wouldn't want to unintentionally make one facility less accessible than the other, or less safe.
Scratch which
Number
3?
4,
Internal aisles?
3.
building separation.
3 and 4.
3 and 4. The only thing about 4 that wasn't captured was making sure that the hard surface. I don't know why that was. The hard surface was called out on self-storage, but not called out on commercial.
You're gonna take separation walls out because of the height.
It's not a separation wall. It was just.
You wanna just take it out, all the.
Yeah, because I think if you capture the 25
feet,
foot and all that language, you'd be okay. Then it's
I'm gonna-
consistent.
Take it 1 second. I'll scratch it. You got something?
Yep, I don't wanna interrupt, but I
No, you're good.
I know you had been talking about you kinda skipped over this 300 foot in the B2 district. I was hoping to hear where that came from, and some of the commissioners, were questioning it earlier, but then you guys didn't talk about it, so I just thought.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm saying 3 and 4 would capture the. I think the only thing that you'd want to keep is the hard surface. Question for staff: is there a reason that the hard surface language is not in 26.3? So we might as well have that in both.
And it'll have to meet the fire department standards, and then for weight wise too, action.
Fair.
Will we turn the heat up?
So the only other question I had on this was, how or where do we include specific data center language?
I don't think we include that in this, I think that needs to be its own separate.
But we don't say anywhere in here that data centers are not allowed?
We
That's
don't,
in the
but that wasn't
definition.
our suggestion was that, under like the commercial storage facility warehousing, that we would add a line that says, this definition does not include data centers, or there could just be a standalone provision somewhere that says, data center or not. Permitted at this time.
So then, yeah, I mean, I would think we'd wanna put something in commercial storage. And that's probably the only one.
I think so, yeah.
I think we should include something that says battery energy storage the best, and data centers and computing facilities are not included in this definition. We're going through this much effort, we better.
And I did have on the supplemental, which I was gonna bring up, that audience brought up, the 200 and 300 feet. So we're gonna keep 200, or 300, I'm sorry, commercial warehousing, 200 for self-storage.
Correct, because the self-storage is a little less intense use.
And that's from.
And that, you guys had a lot of discussion on that last.
Yeah, and that was based on an analysis
I think
of-
300 is a little excessive personally.
Well, it was based on analysis of the properties along the 31 corridor, so we opted for that instead of an overlay district.
Right.
Because it effectively functioned that way.
And that's from the state highway.
That's only from the state highway. If it's in an industrial park.
300 feet back, setback.
from the
We're gonna
state
have some
highway.
vacant lots.
So
I know there's discussion for business opportunity in the front, but if you have a vacant 300 from the state highway up there is 66 feet, I believe,
But you can still have the business in that 300 feet. It doesn't have to be open.
business.
Oh, yeah.
But the warehouse has setback.
That's right.
Okay.
That was the example provided by Olson's, was about 300 feet
Mhm.
back, you could have a whole business. And then on the visit to Northland up on M68, anything less than 300 didn't really provide enough room for parking plus building plus
Right.
access.
But we're gonna allow a general use in.
For sure. Yeah, that's one of the preferred screening
That's what I
methods.
thought we were.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
I'm with you.
And to be clear, that you had like, I wanna say Keystone, but it may be wrong there, I think that's industrial.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's industrial zoned
On the back portion.
on the back portion, however, it's not, some of that is on private road or.
Yeah, it's not a state
So in
highway.
other words, if you're facing that private road, the 300 feet doesn't
That's why,
exist on that,
right,
correct?
that's why point number 2 in 26.3 says dimensional requirements of the I industrial district, including setback and height, shall apply to all buildings, outdoor storage, and access drives. Only fronting or in the vicinity of a state highway do we have the 300 foot.
Right, okay.
So if you're in Fochman's or you're in Keystone or any of those other spots, you're golden. It's just the minimum setback of industrial, which I think was like 30 or 50.
Vicinity.
So are we good with adding the data center, battery energy storage, computing facility language to the commercial storage facility warehouse definition? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just as the last sentence.
Underneath that.
Were you able to capture that out?
We're not included in this definition.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those things are not included in this definition. And just to clarify, Ally, did you capture the 3 or fewer loading docks in commercial and 4 or more in motor freight? Okay.
Good on all.
Yeah. The home occupation is pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Alright. John, how do you feel about that on the boat storage and your township? Does this keep that safe?
I'm happier than I was when I came in.
I thought you felt that way every night, that's why you come once a month. Just
Every mile.
a monthly
Every mile.
recharge of happiness for John.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Who else got anything?
So,
Any other discussion?
would you consider any of the specific suggestions made by Carrie May regarding the definition for self-storage facility to include leased or owned and rented or sold?
I think those are pretty good self-explanatory.
The way
When
they
you
are,
have condos.
without having the additional language?
Well, if you added the owned or leased and rented or sold.
Yeah, so you're saying, it says, the proposal is a revised definition would say a building or group of buildings containing individually leased or owned storage units, lockers, or spaces that are rented or sold directly to individuals and businesses. Is that the suggestion?
Yes.
That captures
That
it.
was the suggestion.
I think that's fine. I don't know that it changes the intent of the definition, but it helps provide a little clarity.
I thought it cleared it up. I got her stuff here.
Okay.
Good point.
So then, just to clarify the process, Tammy, at the beginning, you said there are effectively 4 paths, potential paths to approve as is, approve with modifications, which is where I'd say we are, postpone, and/or extend the deferral. So it would seem to me that we have a text amendment with modifications.
Yeah.
And it sounds like we need to request that the county board of commissioners would extend the deferral by one week, 2 weeks, to cover the dates of publication. The timeline sounded pretty close.
It is pretty close. We could advertise in the Petoskey News Review rather than have it late. That might be an option that would still get us within the timeframe. I guess it depends on if you're gonna move forward with recommending approval or recommending approval with modifications first, and then if you decide to do that, then I think you could talk about whether or not you need to address the resolution.
Sure. That's fair.
Mr. Chairman, can we just ask a couple questions of clarification, please? Just clarification.
I'll grant that. What
Thank you.
part do you want clarified?
Well, okay,
Just,
on the height, please. The way it's written, I'll talk about the self-storage for a minute, the 26.42. The way it's written, for properties fronting or in the vicinity of a state highway, storage buildings and any building greater than 15 feet in height shall be set back a minimum of 200 feet. I heard something about a 20-foot, and I'm not sure how that's being applied. Maybe it's not on that item. Obviously, it was applied, there's a number being applied to the commercial storage section. Is that staying as it is, number 2? And the 26.42, is it as number 2 is written, or did you change that?
That was changed to match the language of commercial storage facility in the B2.
Okay, and so can you please reiterate what that would say then, please?
It's a maximum height of 20 feet with a maximum square footage of 10,000 square feet per building with a single-story limit.
And no setback?
The
Or just
setbacks-
standard setbacks?
The setbacks remain the same, nothing changed on setbacks.
So if it's under 20 feet, it can stay in the standard setback, not the 200 foot?
No. The setback is tied to the fronting of the property on the state highway. Has nothing to do, the height there would still be the same.
on the general standard.
So if buildings are greater than 20 feet, it
Greater
has
than-
to be set back 200 feet?
Greater than 15 feet, setback minimum of 200 feet.
You
Okay.
didn't change number 2, you just added another number.
That's
that
correct.
was 25.
That's
20
correct.
20 feet maximum height.
2 did not change.
Single story.
That's right.
So 2 did not change. So how would the 20 feet be applied to that then?
Because all 2 is saying is that on any building greater than 15 feet in height, this is the setback. That's
Okay.
all it's saying. The point we've added is that no building shall exceed a height of 20 feet or a single story, or 10,000 square feet. That's separate.
And that's once you get past the 200 feet.
From the highway.
So we're putting a more restrictive height limit after we hit 200 feet.
It's unrelated. The height limit is for 26.42. The 200 feet is if it's over 15 feet within the vicinity of a state highway or facing a state highway.
But self-storage buildings in an industrial zone, interior industrial zones are limited now to 20 feet.
That's,
I don't know if I'm hearing this correct, that's why I'm asking, please, thank you. And I would like clarification in the same height, how it's being applied to the commercial warehousing. We're trying to track along with you guys, and it's really important.
And that
what part do you need
I
further
district.
clarity on?
in the
Okay.
I district.
Well, right, so let's stay with the 26.42. If you have B2 zoning, it can be a special use, and if you're under 15, or if you're 15 feet, or I guess, as long as you don't exceed 15 feet, then you would use standard setbacks in that zone. Am I understanding? That's kind of how I came out of here last month. Okay? I mean, this is a great example of how community engagement and we can help answer these things and expedite these things rather than sitting here 4 hours for 7 months. And I don't mean to be that way,
Please
guys, but
reframe
come
the
on.
question.
But you are that way.
Well, but you know what? So are you. Excuse me.
Reframe
I'm
the
sorry.
question.
We're good, we're good.
So, if, an example, if you have a B2 site on a state highway, okay? It was, when we came out here last month, what number 2 says is for properties fronting or in the vicinity of a state highway, storage buildings and any building greater than 15 feet in height shall be set back a minimum of 200 feet. Now, does that mean you can't have a 14-foot high storage building in that first 200 feet?
No, you could for sure.
Okay, so how does the 20 foot then, where does that, so what you're saying is, because I guess last month, you're 15 feet for 0 to 200, and then once you hit 200, you could be, whatever standards were, I think it was 30, but now it's gonna be 20.
15 to 20 past 200.
Okay, and that's in the B2 zone or in industrial zone as well?
That's in both.
Okay, so we've reduced the regulation, we made the regulation in industrial more strict. I don't know if that requires advertising or not. That's a question, okay? That might be a legal question. And then now let's go to the commercial warehouses. And it'd be the same thing. It could be a legal question. 26.3. What I'm hearing tonight is that maybe 0 to 300 feet, you can't have storage buildings in the commercial storage buildings, but at 300 feet, you're limited to 20.
In B2. Limited to 20 in B2.
In B2, what about I1? There are some,
In I1, the dimensional requirements of the I industrial district, including setback and height standards, shall apply to all buildings, outdoor storage areas, and access drives. And just to be clear, the 300-foot setback is only for uses fronting or in the vicinity of a state highway.
right, I understand that part. We're trying to determine where the heights are.
The height limit of 20 feet is in the B2 district.
So when you get a commercial storage facility in an I1 district that's not on the highway, we are not limited by it's 30 feet.
The dimensional requirements of the I industrial
So,
district.
so what you have done though is, and I don't mean, the self-storage is being in an industrial zone that is not on a state highway. It's allowed 30 feet as it was advertised, because there was no special regulation on height when we came out of here in July for interior industrial land. There was no 2-story restriction. So I believe that is a more restrictive change here tonight. And I think I would be checking with legal counsel, and it probably should be re-advertised. I have a lot of experience doing this. I'm not an attorney, but I think that this is something, this is one of the reasons why we're looking for community engagement, why we should have work sessions
Do you
and
have
ad
any other
hocs.
questions?
And I had, by the way, Mr.
Do
Bates.
you have any other questions?
No, but here, by
Thank
the
you.
way, I have been here every month for this, okay?
That's not true.
Well, in February and March, I spoke with staff. So thank you, and I apologize for getting, but this is really important, okay? Thank you.
Okay. We were at,
The motion board for discussing the schedule.
we got through owner lease rent.
Yep. And then we got through fire chief's concerns on each category.
So, any other discussions here? I think we've made some significant changes tonight. Not related just to the comment there, but we may want to rethink it a little bit. Somewhat my opinion on it. There's been some big moves here, somewhat, so. Guess we can, we tackled the two cases.
Yep.
This one, we've had 3-4 hours of discussion, 3.5 hours, and we may be there. I guess we'll see where it goes. I think we had some good public input personally, and there's some good points, valid points. Tackle the fire department, that's a good issue too, so. Okay. What do I got? Any other discussion? Entertain motion. Board of Commissioners. The motions are on the approval of modification, postponement, or recommend approval as presented. We want to make a motion.
Well, I can tell you that I think there are significant changes here, and I really don't think it's ready to go forward to the Board of Commissioners the way that it's been modified. That's just my evaluation based on my years of experience here. I know we're under a time crunch with regard to the resolution, but I really think it would be a disservice to our board to try to put together something and make sure that it's accurate without the ability to have this commission review the final draft. That could happen at a special meeting, between now and August 20th. It could be, we could re-advertise for a new meeting at some other date that we wish, but if you decide to do a special meeting, you could postpone till a date certain, and that way we wouldn't have to re-advertise necessarily. I think that would be, and then we could work on more significant motions.
So if we postpone to a date certain, staff could redraft this with modifications made tonight. So we could read it in the revised form.
Yes.
And then have a more comprehensive recommendation to the Board of Commissioners by August 20th.
Yes.
And if we do a special meeting with date certain, we can do it now. If we do it later, it's what, 18 hours notice?
Well, no, because we have to
If it's 2 or more commissioners, it's just 18 hours.
if it's a continuation of a public hearing, it should be a date certain set today.
So we're looking at
Otherwise, they
something possibly for the 20th, or look out 30 to
Before the-
60 days? But that would have to be a recommendation to the commissioners to extend the resolution.
Correct. I mean, if you set a special meeting between now and the 20th, we still have, I mean, the law requires that we provide certain information to the board for them to consider the amendment, which includes the minutes. So,
Then you still have to recognize public in that too, because they would have time.
this is a public hearing, so if you decide to set a special meeting or
They'd be-
postpone to a date certain, you can set that now, and then we wouldn't have to start the process over.
But public would have comment period on that, or between now and that date.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, the public can comment right up until the board makes a decision, and then even after that, it's, public can comment anytime.
So we could do it, we could do a special meeting next Thursday, same time. And at that time, confirm the minutes and review the modifications to the text amendment. And it would still get to the Board of Commissioners before the August 20th meeting, which doesn't change any of the timelines after that.
You're gonna have
Or-
next Thursday, I can make it.
Myself either.
I can't make it either.
What's it, if we put this together another 30 days, is that gonna be any headache to get it all together? We just have to
Well, the board-
notify the planning, or not the planning, but the Board of Commissioners that we've had some modifications, and we're gonna get that.
The deferral would need to be extended.
Correct.
We would need to request that the
To
Board
their,
of
it's
Commissioners.
their opinion, yes.
Right, we would need to request that they would consider extending the deferral. If they don't, then it would revert to what we've had.
Well, it would stay with what we have right now until such time as a new ordinance was adopted.
Unless we have a meeting by the 20th.
Yeah, I think we have to make a meeting happen before the 20th.
I agree.
I agree
I
with
mean,
that too.
this was the risk with this process from the get-go, but I don't think we can at the last minute be like, you know what, we'll just punt. Especially because the board could not accept the recommendation. I think it's our duty to deliver them a text amendment by the 20th for them to review,
I would agree.
Yeah,
whatever day that is.
we gotta agree on a date.
We need a quorum.
I guess
There needs to be, what, quorum would be 5?
agree with that. I think we're there, but not quite there, in my opinion. I know it's been a long process, we've all set lots of meetings, but we're not quite there. Another little bit more time. My calendar's pretty busy, so, with that being said, I'm tight. We'll entertain a motion. I guess I think we should request to myself, request a extension from our county commissioners to get this thing right, and serve our stakeholders. I think we've heard some good comments. We've had good comments for 9 months. I get that. Tonight, there's been some other good comments. I've jotted everything down. That's my opinion. I think we should give it another 30 days. That's where I'm at with it. But, that's my opinion.
What's our deadline right now, September 1st?
The deadline
Yes.
on the deferral was September 1st, and the next county commissioners meeting is the August 20th.
No, August 10th.
August 10th.
Well, the meeting that I requested that we be placed on would be August 20th, in order to give us time to get the minutes together and provide information to the board for them to consider. That's why the August 20th date was thrown out there.
But-
yes, the next meeting is the 10th.
To your point, Brett, if the next meeting of the county commissioners is August 10th, that's Monday, right?
Yeah.
We could request that the county commissioners extend the deferral at the 10th. And if they say no, we can schedule a special meeting after that, but it would not be a date certain tonight.
Let's hope it doesn't come.
The agenda has, to my knowledge, has not been set yet
For the 10th.
for the 10th.
I usually get it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's,
Exactly, before.
Today's Thursday.
We don't like to discuss anything that's not on the agenda ahead of time. With minor exceptions.
Yeah, I'm just saying if that's, if we got clarity, can we set a special meeting at a date certain now and then cancel it if the Board of Commissioners extends? Boy, Brad picked a bad meeting to not be here.
well, we could, we would have to re-advertise for the next meeting, so we meet 15 days before that meeting.
So we should schedule a special meeting now. That's the cleanest way. Otherwise, the risk is you undo everything we've done, or attempted to do.
Well, the amount of ifs pile up exponentially if you don't have something presented.
August 10th agenda is already posted, so.
Okay.
I mean, a board member probably could add something when they approve the agenda, but like Chuck said, they don't like to have things that are not in. And I don't know that we can have 3 hours of minutes prepared by tomorrow.
So we need a date certain now.
But I don't think the ifs, to your point, are gonna come home. I think we're close. There's lots of new information tonight, lots of new text changing. And to be honest with you, I'm trying to stay with it, but I get lots of scribbling. So I'm gonna have to read it, let it sink in. I spent 4 hours on this today, and now I'm like, okay, I'm there, but I'm not there. I spent 3 hours the day before, reading through this and highlighting and marking and the new information that came in tonight on our desk, besides public comment. That's me, so. We'll entertain a motion. Or, I guess, set a date here, whatever. I think we need to move it outside. Should we deliberate on the date? If someone wants to, guess we're at where we make a motion on the date.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of PPT tax 26-01 Emmet County Planning Commission to amend zoning ordinance provisions relative to commercial storage uses as discussed and updated based on the facts presented during the planning commission meetings. This draft has been distributed to townships for review and input. Public comment has been considered throughout the process and during the public hearing held this evening. The text is supported by the Emmet County Master Plan, Fire Department concerns from Lansing, Littlefield, Harbor Springs, Resort Bear Creek have been met. Bear Creek Township and Redmond Township recommended approval.
Full motion.
Yeah.
Second.
Discussion on the motion? I think we should, weigh on it personally, so, that's my discussion. Lots of information, new information this evening.
Chairman?
That have not been, just let me finish, so that's my thought. Go ahead.
Excuse me. It's my opinion that if this board asks for a 1 month moratorium on that deadline, the Board of Commissioners will probably go along with that.
Any other discussion on the motion? Roll call, Ally, please.
Neal?
No.
Edie?
No.
Bates?
Yes.
Walcom?
No.
Ehrman?
No.
Persig?
Yeah.
Alexander?
Yes.
Gooding?
No.
Hinterman?
No.
Motion failed, 3 distinct.
Motion failed. Entertain another motion or further discussion on what we've talked on this evening. I think we've talked it out, so. We want to offer a motion for postponement or recommendation. I guess, where are we at here?
Here's my discussion on this motion.
Okay.
I agree that significant changes have been discussed. I think some modifications have been made. I don't think they're that significant, but I understand significant things have been discussed and it would be good to review in writing. I've been on record since January when this was first floated that this was a risky process because of what's happening right now. It's all over the minutes. I am not interested in punting again. And if that means a special meeting tomorrow night, I will be here. But I believe it is this board's obligation to deliver an approved text amendment to the to the Board of Commissioners on August 20th. And I'm not going to support anything that does not make that happen. For 9 months, I've said this. I did not want this to happen. This is where we are at. I will not give up that goal to hit that deadline that we chose for ourselves.
And I agree that we've made some good progress, Brian. I'm just not, I need to digest it, so that's my call on it. But I understand the 9 months, totally get it. We've all been there.
If we
I
can get a
missed one.
quorum, let's do a special meeting.
Make that motion.
A quick question, Tammy, when do you have to have? When do you have to have everything into the Board of Commissioners before the August 20th meeting?
I believe no later than noon on the 17th.
Noon on the 17th. So, any day next week. Now, how much, maybe different
The
question.
board
how-
meets on the 10th, so that day, this room would not be available on the 10th, and 2 of our members would be at the board meeting.
Sure, but would staff be able to have the minutes and the revised text amendment available by, let's say, beginning of Tuesday, the 11th?
text amendment could be done by then. It's putting a lot of pressure. I mean, we
lives
do our
for
best,
it.
we'll do our best.
Yeah.
It might be draft.
So we could do
Draft.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week.
11th, 12th, or 13th.
Say it again?
11th, 12th, or 13th?
That's right. And we need 5 for quorum?
I cannot be here next Wednesday, I have another meeting.
Okay. We could work backwards on, so we have Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So, Scott?
I am leaving tomorrow to be out of the country for the next 2 weeks.
Cool. No Scott.
Sorry.
I agree. No chance of Scott.
No, which
Jennifer?
burns me up, because I agree it needs to be done as quick as possible.
Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday?
I'm available Tuesday and Wednesday.
Kelly?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Tom?
Tuesday only.
Brett?
Tuesday.
Chuck?
I don't have my calendar in front of me, but I know I have meetings Monday and Wednesday for sure.
Tuesday's
I think I have Tuesday open, but I'm not 100% sure.
John? Not sure. Julie?
I'll make myself available Tuesday if that, is the day that.
It's the only
is
day
good
with-
for everybody
I'm kind
else.
of tentative on Tuesdays, but you can put me a yes for now. But,
If you're, even if you're tentative, there's still quorum,
okay.
and then Chuck and John are.
I gotta jostle some things down.
Yeah.
Are there any options for me to vote more easily?
No.
Tuesday.
Sorry, I mentioned that, so.
No.
Unless you're in
A
military.
time.
Unless you're in the military.
Not yet.
Duty.
They're not gonna take me.
Do we need to confirm room availability, or can it be in another room as a backup?
Let's plan on this room.
Okay.
We could post the opening.
So Tuesday,
In the evening.
8/11, 7. Tuesday, 8/11, 7 p.m.
Tuesday is the 11th.
That's right.
Okay.
Emmet County Building.
7 p.m.
Okay.
26.
What do we need for a motion for that? For a date certain, we need a motion to,
Postpone this public hearing until August 11th, 7 p.m. in this location.
okay. The name of this room is the Commissioners, Board of Commissioners, room 160. I can make a motion to postpone this public hearing till Tuesday, August 11th at 7 p.m. in the Emmet County Building, Board of Commissioners, room 160.
Second.
Okay, just do a voice vote, or we need a roll call?
Might as well do roll call, given the.
Roll call. Alex?
Gooding,
Yes.
Tinterman,
Yes.
Bates,
Yes.
Eby,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Loffbaum,
Yes.
Ehrman,
No.
Persig,
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
11th at 7?
That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
We stop there, right? We stop there.
Correct. You good with that? Thanks, everyone. Give us a minute, shuffle some papers, please. Site plan reviews, no public comment. Okay, at this time, we'll open public comment. Go ahead. I thought you saw me, sorry.
Carla Buckmaster. At 81 years old, I ought to be home in bed. Instead, I'm listening to you, and my comments are tonight is not just in regards to tonight's meeting. I have witnessed the same group, and there's only a few of you that appear to even have planned on attending this meeting. You come, you have nothing to say. Nobody hears what your thoughts are. How can you have a discussion to even talk about these topics if you don't contribute anything other than maybe one topic that you've come in with that you feel strongly about? They were all written down here. You could have looked, you could have gone through them one at a time, and maybe each of you had something to say. I'm embarrassed for this. I truly am. And it's like this every meeting. There's a few people who have looked at the agenda evidently and have something to say. And the rest of you sit there and say nothing or very little. And then you can't hear half of what you say. I'm sorry. I've been coming to these meetings too long to have witnessed something like this over and over again. Some of you can be proud of what you've done and what you've tried to do with this plan. And some of you, I think, ought to go home and think about it. You should be in bed too.
Okay, thank you. Great.
My comment is, I don't understand. Everybody you guys have worked, you work years on things. I just don't know what the rush is. It feels extremely the stress to rush this through, and all of the competing concerns you all have is very confusing to the public, as you can imagine. So I know you have goals of trying to accomplish a certain level of work, but just wait and do things right. Just relax. I mean, it's going to be fine. This is not a scary thing. You can say data centers all night, but I mean, this is talking about storage. And I would like to know, there was something brand new, this 20-foot limit. If I'm right, the way we're called for my project, if we want to add to the back of our project, you just capped, our buildings are all 30 feet, and you just capped it at 20 feet in your recommended text change, is that right? I was trying to do the math as they were speaking. Was that what was discussed? Whoever proposed the 20-foot limit, would that apply? We're beyond the 300 feet, but that was for the entire project. Am I right? The way I read that paragraph, it was a 20-foot for the self-storage, which is our category. So that would effectively make us not able to build the rest of the project, which you just approved 2 years ago. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable, and that's a new limit that wasn't even in there tonight before we came. Am I right? Or I don't know. Can somebody help me with the math? Would that apply to our project on industrial zoning, does that apply? If it's included in your text?
I think this public comments would go.
I'll just help with the math, I'm just trying to understand what was meant by
Talk to staff tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll have a conference then with that. But anyway, if it is, I just find that unacceptable and disappointing, so, but thank you.
Anybody else? Public comment.
I would just say, I guess I should approach this. I do appreciate the fact that you allowed me a few minutes to talk about this. And I guess I got 3 minutes. You know, it shouldn't be this way. Carla, I mean, I don't know her, but she goes to these meetings, I see it in the minutes all the time, okay? And yes, Mr. Bates, I did ask in April, and I will tell you, I checked with staff. I followed along in February and March. I talked to Laura, I talked to Tammy. There was nothing of substance going. They were still kind of working on it. You guys didn't really have but 5 minutes of conversation on these topics in February and March. Okay, I followed along. I came in April when it was going to be discussed in detail. And that's when I started asking, getting involved. Because if you're not going to talk about it in February and March, maybe that's shame on me for not having done that. But yes, I have been tracking this from day one. Okay, and you know, not everybody does that. You sit here and say, well, we've been working on it for 9 months, but this is the first time it was advertised. And is it the community's responsibility to check in every month with the planning and zoning? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I do. I followed along. Tammy knows it. I'm always calling her, asking about the agenda. It has nothing to do with me, but I'm like, oh, you guys are working on this. Okay? The stakeholders deserve better than this. All right? And you guys stumble. You got 12 hours of talking about freight and commercial warehouse. The last 3 meetings is dominated the conversation. Let some people engage. Set up a work session. What happened to a committee? Jennifer suggested she would be part of it. You know, it's just ignored. And that is a difficult thing to do. If you put yourself in our shoes, you might feel the same way. Thank you.
Howdy, good evening. Emily Parker, Tribal Extension Educator, MSU Extension, here in our home of Emmet County. And tribal, working with good governance facilitation. And we are here this evening to talk about elevating engagement with Emmet. And with me is
Harmony Gamazel, MSU Extension Educator in Government and Community Vitality. I teach Citizen Planner. I teach roles and responsibilities of planning commissions. I teach communicating through conflict, all those good things related to leadership, facilitative leadership. And we are part of the Elevating Engagement Across Emmet tonight. And so just for our little short public comment, we have a few details we wanted to share with you about that program. Did you want me to keep going, or did you want?
well, the packet. So you'll have in front of you a packet of, and Harmony will talk a little more about the next upcoming emergency preparedness workshop. But you have a land use planning and zoning certificate course for you to review, a North Central SARE Sustainable Ag Research and Education pamphlet, a little bit more about MSU Extension, and a advertisement or a informational handout with regard to PFAS, and a, well, how to grow pumpkin and squash, but
Well, all good MSU Extension
some
resources.
may grow that often already. And you have a report from SARE as well from 23 and 24. So the new one will be out soon, so we'll get that to you as soon as we can. And, wanna jump in?
Sure. So we hope you do enjoy those resources, and in particular, the land use brochure you see there lists all of our signature programs that we teach both online and in person. And we're always at easy to reach at an email. Again, we can provide my email to you as well, and Emily's at the end of the night. Back to a little bit about elevating engagement across Emmet. This was a grant program that started earlier this year, funded by the Petoskey Harbor Springs Community Foundation with Emmet County Planning,
Emergency Management, Little Traverse Bay Bands of Adawa, Petoskey Chamber, Harbor Inc., and Cross Village Township. We partnered to get this grant just to do some leadership trainings and also host public engagement workshops around the topic of resiliency. And we are wrapping up that program just this in late summer, so August is really our final big push for workshops, and tonight is a part of that, so thank you for having us when we get into our resiliency discussion in a bit. And with that, I just wanted to bring your attention to the orange sheet, is a special invitation for yourselves and also township, city, and village officials, both elected and appointed, to attend on August 20th an emergency preparedness workshop hosted by Matt Blythe of the County Emergency Management Office and Extension, Emily and I. And it's co-facilitated, and it's all about the discussion of being prepared for emergencies, being resilient, but you would also receive an educational piece from Matt about the county's response efforts to date. So that does require an RSVP. Lunch is provided, little light breakfast as well. It's at the airport, in the Pellston Airport Conference Room. We do hope you can RSVP to that and be a part of that. And I think that's it for our public comment. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other public comment this evening? One last time, public comment. Okay, move on from there. Other business. Yes.
Well, when we set up this agenda, I talked to Tom and I said, Tom, we only have one case on our agenda, so could we invite Emily and Harmony to come and talk about master plan and their enhancing Emmet engagement? And so this was planned several weeks ago. And so Emily and Harmony are here willing to talk about resiliency, and that is one of the chapters within our master plan.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And it is a very important strategic discussion to have, and congratulations on beginning your master plan update. It's a critical policy piece that helps with your decision-making long-term, and we're glad to be a part of this piece of it. Tonight we have 4 questions for you, and we will facilitate through this. Each question, we will pose the question to you. You will have time to write down your thoughts on how you would answer, and then we will go around and we'll do like a round table of sharing that out, and Emily will take notes, or I will, along with you, Lenny, sure, on what we hear. And out of what we hear, themes will emerge, and this will be the beginnings of your resiliency discussion for the master plan, if I'm correct. It's late at night, I'm trying to remember. So the first question we are asking you, or you should be asking yourselves, I would believe, would be, how do you define resiliency? It's a very simple question, but is it simple? So we're going to give you just a couple minutes to think about that, jot down some thoughts on how you define resiliency, and then we'll ask you to share out. Just a couple minutes. Few more moments. All right, who would like to start us off with the first thought you'd like to share?
Could I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been back to that site since June 29th?
No, I've
I wonder
not.
if it's, I mean, I know the trillium wouldn't be the same, but I wonder if the landscape is the same. There's been some major erosion in Redmond Township since that time.
I have not been back.
Yep, so much. Probably not the same. If I visit.
I'll kick it off as well.
Please, yes.
So resiliency, I wrote down resiliency is the ability to confront adversity and the resources used in that process to achieve healthy sustainability and growth.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Do you need a repeat of any of
my
that?
head.
Emily? Can you go through that one more time?
I'm sorry. The ability to confront adversity and the resources used in that process to achieve healthy sustainability and growth.
To achieve healthy and sustainable growth. Thank you. Who would like to share next?
I wrote the ability to survive and thrive through various anticipated and unanticipated situations and events.
Got it. Got it.
Thank you. Who's next?
The ability to adapt, adjust, and survive difficult environments and situations.
Sense of pattern emerging.
Difficult.
Kind of adapt to thought patterns.
Adapt your thought patterns. Good. Who'd like to add to that?
The ability to survive and thrive during adversity over time.
Mine was a community's ability to bounce back following a major disruption to normal business.
Thank you. And over here, please.
Perseverance, quality of life, sustaining quality of life, and not harming the natural environment when developing.
Can you do that one more time, Emily?
And natural life, the last part.
Not harming the natural environment when developing.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Who hasn't had a chance to share? Please do. Okay, super, we have that all down. Now give this some thought. What would Emmet County look like if it were super resilient? Super resilient, and that comes from an emergency manager I used to work with, still do. It was a question that he wanted to pose his own county down in southern Michigan. What if we were super resilient? What if we were super prepared? So give that some thought. Super resilient. What would the county look like?
Yeah, down.
So give that some thought, jot down your notes, and in a minute or two, we'll start sharing out. Hear what folks think. When you're ready, we welcome your thoughts. Who'd like to start us off?
Redundancy, community networks, formal and informal cooperation and communication.
Thank you. Who'd like to add to that, please?
I'll go ahead. The ability to shrug off disruptions that would bring to a halt other like communities.
Who's next, please?
I wrote down the ability to adapt, overcome, rebuild, with the entire community working together.
Entire community working together, thank you. Who'd like to add to that?
I put build trust and cooperation amongst our neighbors and community.
More opportunities for growth.
What was the first part of that?
More opportunities.
More opportunities for growth. Super, who'd like to go next?
Mine was preparedness, communication, and adaptable.
Preparedness, communication, adaptable. Who hasn't had a chance to share yet? We welcome your thoughts.
Well, I looked at that a little bit differently. What would Emmet County look like if it were super resilient? Having gone through the super snowstorm, the major meltdown, and then the major rainstorm that we had this year, then the super ice storm that we had last year. While I know things could be better, I think we did a heck of a job, and all the cooperation and teamwork we had in handling those, I put not much different than we look right now.
Thank you for that thought. Who would like to add to that?
Well, maybe 119 would be open, but.
Yeah, and like generators for the gas stations.
Amen, brother.
That was a real bomb. That was, everyone with a generator didn't expect to not be able to get fuel for the generator.
Ooh,
Yeah.
not want to let your tank get too low.
Yeah. Who would like to add to that? So we did write that idea down. That is a visioning statement.
Yes.
Generators for our gas stations. Who'd like to add more to that visioning?
Underground power for everybody.
That's easy, right?
Underground power.
We can do that next year.
When the transmission goes down.
This is great energy, right? Thinking in the more visioning terms of what could be a possibility.
That was me in that picture there.
Yeah, yeah.
Admit it.
Background there,
Not that
right?
one.
The difference is asking this question in 24 versus 26.
Yeah.
That's the part that's so
Yep.
shocking.
Yeah, time changes the experience.
Storms of the century.
Like, communities that have gone through disasters always have more a sense of what to expect, but if you've never gone through it, it's hard to know if you're prepared. So we might have thought we were prepared pre-ice storm, we quickly learned there were so many ways that we were not. And I think there's more efforts to have more redundancy now than in 2024. Right, like people who've gone through a hurricane are much better at weathering a hurricane, but if it's your first hurricane, or you're in a community that doesn't usually get hurricanes or earthquakes, it's a totally different experience.
We've had a lot of people go from here to help people who have been in a natural disaster.
Yep.
But it was the first time I ever seen so many people come here
Correct.
to bail us out, to help us out. And, something we really couldn't have anticipated.
Thank you all for sharing. More to add. Who hasn't had a chance to talk? Please join in. Sir, any thoughts? What concerns you most about Emmet County's resiliency? So this is a concern statement. What are you concerned about with how we are resilient? Our level of resiliency. Any level of concern? And what is that concern? Okay, give it some thought, take a moment to write down.
I think there are just people that don't have the resources, to be able to be resilient. Whatever, and resources in different capacities, I mean, so. I just think there's a lot of people that aren't, I wrote preparedness, that probably aren't prepared.
Put that down, thank you.
I went a little more regional. I think a lot of things that people like about Emmet County are our greatest vulnerability, right? Like we're isolated from all the major transport networks, air, rail, highways. That makes it feel, remote and rural and private, but we're also at the end of the road for like everything. We got a tiny airport that was flooded for 40 days. Yeah. I think when you think flood, you think good thing we can fly, and then it didn't matter.
Any other concerns?
How about with health? Anything with regard to resiliency and health or animal welfare?
You mean like that there's one hospital in the bottom corner of the county?
That
But
just
it's one of the
closed its
best.
OBGYN department. Yeah. I think.
They're bringing that back.
Are they?
They truly didn't close it.
It's a rebrand.
I think that healthcare is an issue for most populations, and that has a lot to do with your resiliency to deal with natural disasters or whatever.
Or even individual disasters, right?
Yeah.
Like any serious issue, somebody's getting medevac to Grand Rapids, that's a pretty long journey. I mean, that could be a life and death. If you lived closer to a major trauma center, you wouldn't wait that long.
But the reality is, with our geography as well as our population base, it's just not very realistic.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Again, the ability to do those and have, yes, it's a long way, but comparatively in some areas of this country, it's a hop, skip, and a jump. And we're darn lucky to have those resources, that close.
Yeah.
I guess I'd be concerned that I think we've adapted pretty good for natural disasters, weather related. But there's other disasters that I don't think we're ready for. I don't think we're ready for, we lived through COVID. I think that created a lot of individualism. I think that we're not prepared if we had an attack of some kind. I think there's other things that we trained for, but there's other things we're missing that could very well make us vulnerable here.
I think the water is a great asset, but it limits a lot of redundancy, right? Like if there's a car accident in Bayview, you can't go south and north, you can only go south, right? But apply that to anything. Apply that to how real estate develops. You can't go into the water, so it squeezes everything backwards. I mean, the water is a great asset, but it removes basically 50% of what an ordinary city could have, a beltway or a way to go around or a bypass, and every town along the water. I mean, think about when the bridge in Charlevoix gets stuck.
Oh, that's awful.
This crazy. Like, the alternative is quite something. and it gets stuck. And we built it. It's not a natural disaster.
But they couldn't anticipate the growth of Charlottesville and
But we do crazy things, like it got too hot, so they brought out the fire trucks to cool it down. Like the metal got too hot, so the plan was to spray it with water. I mean, it's 2026. Just saying. Just saying, like, you know.
that's back to engineering.
I'm just saying that.
Bridge over it.
Sure, I'm just saying that's a pretty big vulnerable piece for a pretty big transportation corridor. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And infrastructure is a concern.
Well, yeah, and so people are like, build a new bridge. Okay, well, what do you do? Like, what's the interim?
Yeah.
Right.
Hydrogen ferry.
I mean, one car.
It's sugar.
Yeah, right.
Text alert every other hour that it's down.
But in reality, when you think about, look at all the hazardous materials that are all on our highways.
Yeah.
The law enforcement, the health centers, the hospitals, we train. We don't train civilians for that. How do you evacuate? What kind of precautions do we take? Have you been through that? We do a nuclear drill every year at the hospital. But I don't see anybody helping the community out for that.
Thank you. Thoughtful concerns. Any final thoughts on this question? Anything you didn't get a chance to add?
It's going with the bridge theme. They say there's like a lot more days of falling ice on the Mackinac Bridge than there used to be. And that, I don't see an easy solution for that either, right? Like, no one's gonna go up and heat the.
It's a matter of coming up with.
You need a big ice scraper.
That's one of the biggest terrorist targets in our region.
Yeah.
What do we do if that gets taken out?
Yeah.
That's what we thought about after 9/11.
Every community thought about
Everybody
that.
thought
Yeah.
about what their greatest asset and how
What would be a
devastating.
good target? Yeah. Yeah.
It's impressive the thought you're thinking regionally, right? Yeah.
Well, the complacency, it's 9/11 on your mind, and it comes up every year for flooding.
Yeah.
When the water's high in Lake Michigan, then it goes down
Yeah.
in Cannery Creek.
Yep.
Houses falling off the bluff, that happened in the 70s, it happened again in 2000, and now happened,
Yep.
Complained about my leg hurt until I met the man with no leg. How lucky we are in so many ways. Just never know.
All right. So, should we move on to our final?
I didn't think about that Tammy Mackinac Bridge and all that.
What now?
Like you mentioned the bridge and all the water rising, like, and then you mentioned Mackinac Bridge, and then I got thinking about all the water that has been coming over and over and over. And I mean, I think about that locally with our bridges. I mean, we all saw what happened, but with our bigger structures. Yeah. It's a point to come. Thanks, Emmet.
Right, we're all
It
in this
is.
together. So the final question of tonight's strategic thinking session, master planning session is, what are you most proud of about the county's ability to be resilient? So the final question is more upbeat. What are you proud of about your ability to be resilient?
I feel like more people here know how to do more things per capita than most people elsewhere. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't a county, like however many, 34,000 people or whatever. If you just took like 34,000 people from just like suburban Grand Rapids, I would take our 34,000 and like a survival skills like any day of the week. per capita, we're we're punching way above our weight.
I showed it in the ice storm, we came together as a community.
I'm
People-
saying.
Neighbors help neighbors, people help people that you didn't even know, they just did it.
We got such bad internet, people know how to communicate without it. But in the cities, they fall apart.
Power company guys came from
Everywhere.
across the country.
Yeah.
In Canada, everywhere. There were guys here. We're staying here till every light's on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really
Working
proud
around the
of,
clock.
I'm really proud of Emmet County when you look at the ice storms and the floods and, I mean, when you look at the devastation we had, I mean, I'm really proud of the fact that Matt Blythe is our emergency management coordinator. To me, he's one of the best in the state, you know what I mean? Our community came together, I'm not talking about just the police and the fire department worked together. Everybody came together when the power company was running around on 24-hour days. You watched people going out and try to feed them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You offered them shelters, you know, you wanna sit in my driveway and sleep, you know, I mean, you know, Matt was able to pull in, resources from surrounding counties before other counties were able to ask him. I mean, the hospital crew here worked weeks, you know, we put up people in the houses, our employees volunteered to stay there, you know, I mean, it was incredible to watch what this community did, and we all came together, we all have differences, but we all would help each other out through those differences, and I'm proud of that.
Also heard people say like during COVID and ice storm and flooding, it was like the most they talked to their neighbors. Which is just a sign of the times in general, but I think going through those events actually strengthens the fabric of the neighborhood, right? Like if you're checking to see if you need fuel in the generator or whatever, just those little interactions helps build trust with like, maybe you only knew them because they had a weird beat up truck, but now you've actually talked to them and you know about them. And I just think that those little interactions really strengthen the network of each individual community.
Any other thoughts about what you're proud of? Anyone hasn't had a chance to talk? All right, well, we have a lot of great ideas, yeah. Want to keep asking
I
questions?
do.
We're here all night, Emily.
We're just gonna keep going. We're not done yet.
It's
We're
almost
just leaving.
It's almost tomorrow.
We're still leaving, we can keep talking about this.
It's true, it's true. I really appreciate your commitment to this, taking the time tonight to think strategically and start off on the resiliency section of your master planning. And Extension is here for you if along the way you need more resources. We have lots of programming information. Please register for the August 20th event. It is free, right? And it's all with Matt Blythe, who we're so proud of. He would enjoy seeing you there. I know he wanted to join you tonight, but he's at another program. We want to leave you with knowing that these concerns, what you're proud of, your ideas, your visions for resiliency, are very much on par with what we've heard through the Elevating Engagement Program this year, when we've spoken to township officials and other leaders at a couple different, 2 or 3 different events. Very much the same sentiments, themes that we've heard across the county, so yeah.
I would say while Doug Mantha was the executive director of Harbor Inc. before he had to resign for personal reasons, but we were traveling to townships, and this particular township, and this stuck out to me, when we were talking about the ice storm, they said, and this was with other townships too, feeling isolated, like townships were feeling isolated, didn't know how to address fallen trees,
didn't know how to address the connectivity, because as we talked about, all the connectivity was out. However, they echoed majority of the things you said here, what you're proud of. Though they weren't able to connect with other townships or other municipalities, they knew in their local, small, little village network who to call on. And even if they didn't, folks stepped up to figure that out. So, what you shared about how proud you are of our home here in Emmet is completely what I heard out. In addition, though, the feeling of isolation during those times was conveyed very eloquently as well. So that's part of the goal of this work, is to connect with township, villages, and other municipalities to connect them up with Matt and broker those conversations so we can spread the awesome, proud connections that we all have. So much of this is what we heard too. But we heard communication was a big one, like all the internet, but no one, how people.
Yeah, across the county.
So I'm excited to share that report once we are done with all of you. And if you want more dialogue, as someone who lives here, lives, breathes, plays, works, has my doggies and everything, I appreciate your time talking about this as well. You know, we continue.
So we'll type all of this up and get this to you.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, nice meeting you all.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Have a good night, good luck with your work.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Master plan.
So, master plan, we did distribute at our last meeting. Jennifer did provide us some feedback on the transportation chapter. So we can take those comments in and modify as proposed by Jennifer, if that's something that.
Resiliency should be in there too. It was mentioned in my email.
Yeah, for that,
For both chapters.
Yeah, so both chapters were identified, and, if you had anything that you wanted to share with us to change on those two chapters that you received a couple months ago, we'll be happy to make those changes and get that back to you. And
Can
then,
I just make one quick comment that I know that, you know, I appreciate that we had some speakers and to talk about resiliency. And I don't know how it works because now we already have a resiliency chapter, and so I hope that the speakers today and staff communicate with our consultant to organize that into the chapter that's already been drafted. But I guess my feeling is I'm reading these chapters and I'm not seeing, you know, kind of to Carla's comment about the personality of our commission, of the things that we're interested in coming up and boiling up to the surface. I understand this is very, you know, it's dry information, but I feel like those themes of things that we care about should be starting to come through. And that was one of my comments to you in the email. So I just hope that we start to see some of the flavor come through, if you will.
I mean, I would encourage anyone to submit comments. So far, it's been pretty limited, and everybody said that they wanted to be involved in the discussions and the chapters and reading and providing feedback. And specific feedback is what we're looking for. I mean, it's great to generalize and say, well, where did this come from or where did that come from? But if you have specific suggestions for the text, that's going to get to the local flavor, if you will, of the plan. So, in your packet tonight, there is a copy of the housing chapter. This is a draft again. This is for you to review and make comments. The transportation chapter is again provided. They're both 3-hole punched, so they can go right into your binder. Feel free to send in comments. I did provide you with the comments that Carla Buckmaster provided to us with regard to the transportation chapter and then the changes that were made in that chapter. And I would hope that we would be able to discuss those at some time. There were some items there that that specifically said, well, this isn't something that I would change on my own, but we should discuss it as a group. And then also the Emmet County Master Plan Community-Led Conversations, that's also 3-hole punch for your binder. Those are summaries of all the different programs that Laura and I attended with our consulting team. And this would be the college, the high schools, the
Right,
sessions that
45.
we went through, yeah.
It was
And then-
interesting to watch the patterns, like, change by age.
By age and
Like
by
as you got,
location
yeah,
too.
or location,
Yeah.
but like as you got into that like early adulthood, like affordable housing was really, really dominant, but if it was later in life, that wasn't as prominent. But it was really interesting to watch those patterns play out.
Yeah, the Mentimeter was a really fun activity for the, you know, the younger group. The older groups, they wanted to chat and not
Yeah.
so much to do with the Mentimeter, but it was really a fun activity. It broke the ice, and then it allowed people to just anonymously post, you know, their comments on the screen, and they were shared in that document. So that'll be, I mean, that's gonna be a part of the appendix and the background information that was gathered. So we just continue to work on that and hope that we'll have a draft next month for the implementation, and then we will have some pretty deep discussions, I think, on specific implementations over the next 5 years for this planning commission to work on. We have started already compiling some of those things that we know need to be worked on, so. If there's nothing more on that, at this point, we can move on to text amendments, which I know it's getting
Yeah, so
it's almost tomorrow.
there was the regulations from Beckett and Rader on the battery energy storage in the data centers.
Yes, that goes back quite a few months. We requested that. It was just a recap of that. If those look okay, we could start drafting without a time, I mean, we don't have a timeline, but we could start drafting text. I know that there was some discussion in some very specific direction, like make it as foolproof as possible and try to keep it
Yeah.
as limited as possible.
I mean, there was just so I understood their memo, like the sample zoning ordinance language, that would be sample for us, right?
Well, we would modify it.
We would modify it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, like, for the large-scale data processing computer centers, I was a little confused because at the beginning it said it was an area greater than 10 acres, but then in the supplemental it said minimum land area 90,000 square feet, which is only like 2 acres. So I didn't understand why that was the case. And then there kept being references to the setbacks, you know, based on dwellings if there was a dwelling, and sound decibels if there was sound, or it was a dwelling, but I feel like those should be to the lot line and not necessarily the dwelling. But we can get into that in more detail at another time, but I felt like there needs to be a little more teeth to this in some regards.
Different parts to it, I thought.
Yeah.
But overall, would you be interested in us preparing some draft
Oh, yeah.
to start discussion?
Absolutely.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
And this was good.
I tend to say no. I just throw it out there that I'm not quite ready for this, that I think it kind of showed in our storage unit discussions that I'd rather like feel out things before we start writing the text. Like I'd rather get an understanding of what exactly we're asking for and what exactly does the community want and where do they want it and what are the challenges before I jump in and write text. Because I think that's kind of the problem we were running into, is we didn't really know what we were writing it for. So personally, I don't know that I'm quite ready to jump into text.
And I kind of look at it as when they start, they get us thinking, they get us talking, it gives us something to start with, you know.
Gives you an outline.
Well, it gives you, it starts getting your mind into the right space and start working from there, you know.
I think if you solicit feedback and try to wrap your head around it, I think you're just gonna allow people to say, write whatever you can to make sure it doesn't come here.
Well, and
But like
this isn't part of this specific item on the agenda, but we're going to have an option for you to consider going into closed session with regard to the legal opinion that was provided to us regarding exclusionary zoning, so maybe after that discussion would be a good time to start really working hard on it.
That feels reasonable. I think we need a primer on that. But I appreciate them giving these case studies to see how things can go sideways. Yeah.
And so then the other thing that we had discussed briefly last month was looking at maybe considering dwelling unit minimum floor area. We had reduced that to 560 a couple of years ago. And all zoning districts except scenic resource was just 720. So on the screen there, you can see the dwelling unit minimum floor area is 560. If that's something that we want to consider amending, or the building width, 20 feet for at least half of its length. That is something that from time to time comes up and causes issues for people that are trying to use modular home construction. And then if someone puts in a modular home and then they are asked to make it more than it came built as.
Yeah, and they're doing it just to comply. Yeah.
Yes, and then they have a hard time meeting building code, so we run into that situation a few times.
I know maybe I missed something, but it says staff would suggest eliminating the standard, this is point 2 on the minimum width for R1, R2, RR, and SR, C6. Why wouldn't we just do it everywhere?
It's already
fine.
not in the other zoning districts.
Copy that. And then do you want a square foot recommendation to reduce the minimum floor area, or would we just get rid of a minimum altogether?
That would be up to you. Resort Township recently reduced to 400 square feet.
I wrote
that's
240, and it starts to get pretty small, but.
We had this discussion, was 720, right?
It was
Now it went
720.
to 560.
And there was a methodology used to come up with that 560 square feet. I think it had to do with the Amish built dwellings that could travel down the road. That's where that 560 came from.
Do we need a minimum?
There are building code requirements that require certain size for certain things, like a bathroom has to have certain separation distance from a center of the toilet to the wall and things like that, but
I mean,
from a zoning perspective.
I mean, from a zoning, if there's no requirement and the bathroom meets it somehow, then. Yeah, I just
It
wondered.
seems like when we went through that, Jim Scott was here, and there was different architect, and there was different standards. Call that, John, I don't really know. So the building department kind of maybe help us with that.
I just know this minimum square footage is one that comes up seems to have unintended consequences in terms of restricting certain creative housing solutions, and I was sort of left with, from a zoning perspective, do we care? Because the building department would be tasked with doing it. Yeah.
Can I just offer something?
Sure.
Just going with what Brian said about unintended consequences, I think something that, as staff, what we encounter at the counter, is sometimes what's the minimum I can build because they wanna do something else too. You have a residence on the property, then you can have as many accessory structures as you want, or then you can store your RV year round, or then, once you have a primary use, and, so I'm just offering that as just something to.
150 square foot primary residence and do whatever else you want.
Just as a thought, because I can say, oftentimes we're trying to help people find a creative solution, and other times we're dealing with an ongoing challenge that then that becomes
kind of a workaround. So I just thought I'd throw that out there as just something that I encounter, yeah.
It seems like number 6 would be an easy one to just eliminate that.
Yeah.
And when we're thinking about what, if we're really trying to make it a home, a place where somebody could dwell, it is 400 square feet that could probably work. But then to eliminate it entirely, that's where I'd say maybe not, but,
I'm just thinking about those tiny homes are pretty small.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Or it would be your permanent residence, or is it just a,
who's to judge?
yeah, no, not judging, I'm just thinking about what it really serves.
Yeah, we can check with the building department too and come back with that number.
200 is their threshold, like under 200, you don't need a permit at all.
For an accessory,
For a
not for a
non-dwelling,
dwelling.
right.
Yeah, regardless of the size.
I would see if there's anything wrong with 200 square feet.
And then, I mean, we can talk about this another time, but parking requirements too. Right now, we require two parking spaces per single family dwelling, 2 for multiple family dwelling. As you recall from one of our multiple family housing, I think Mishta requires 1.6 for multiple family dwellings, but they're considering eliminating that statewide. Manufactured home parks, or mobile home parks, 2 per manufactured home. Is that excessive? Housing for the elderly, 1 for each 3 dwelling units. Rooming houses, 1 for each 2 beds. Do we wanna look at all parking or just parking for dwellings?
I would, given the nature of the housing, I would probably focus on the dwellings myself. And again, I'd go back to, why do we require parking?
What's his street parking? Off-street parking.
I would
It's
too,
part of the
but,
reason why.
I mean, if you built an apartment building, I mean, does an apartment building in
Well, there's
Detroit have to
residential.
provide parking for the residents?
Where are you gonna park?
On the street?
And if you don't require them to, then you're talking about putting them in the street or, you know.
Yeah, I'm kind of posing the question, like, what if they ride a bike everywhere?
Great question is what if they don't?
There you go.
What if they don't ride a bike?
Yeah. Just looking from working the road.
We're always looking at
There's
worst
a
case
lot of-
scenario.
There's a lot of hazard parking on the road created.
Yeah, but if it's not against the law to park on the road, then they can park on the road.
Unless the streets need to be cleared at certain times.
In which case, they could move it on odd numbered, even numbered days.
Well, I mean, in a city, it's a lot different than it is in a rural area.
Yep.
Rural environment, so.
I just feel like if it was
Rural
one,
environments.
if it was one spot per dwelling unit.
Trying to make them, they should be responsible for their vehicles.
Yeah. I think the one where I think it would matter a lot more is in the case of a multifamily development where an apartment building is being built and the person leasing the apartment, let's say, doesn't have any agency in how many spots they're constructing. I think that's where the ratio matters the most. It's our job to protect those future stakeholders that there's a place to park and it doesn't spill out elsewhere. But I think if you build your single family dwelling on your lot and you do one spot, I mean, I know basically any lot whatever, but
Still have parking on the dwelling.
say it again.
I think the question was, do we wanna focus on, what do we wanna focus on, and I think.
Point of
obviously
privilege,
we want-
speak into your microphones, not just you, Brett, but all of you. case, thank you.
I personally think that we should concentrate on the dwelling portion of it first. Sorry about that, Carl.
The width and the square footage?
Well, as far as how many parking spaces do we have available, I do think we should have a minimum, at least of one.
Yeah.
For a dwelling.
At least.
I'm making the same across the board, and except, I mean, housing for the elderly is 1 per 3, so, and rooming housing, I mean, we could take a look around at some of the different housing types, but 1 per dwelling for the first 3 things seem.
I think that seems reasonable, and I think this is a case where the market will dictate. I mean, if you're a developer building single-family homes that can truly fit just one single car, it's probably not in your best interest to do that. But you would want to be able to fit it. But if somebody wants to do that, I don't know, it's our job to tell them they need to fit too.
Right.
But a lot of, we've heard 2-family income, so you got 2 cars, a lot of people.
Yeah.
So,
Lots of people work remote, take Uber,
yeah. Well,
they ride their e-bikes.
could be. But back to the parking, off or on street, on roads, county roads.
And that's not.
It can be a hazard, right?
Yeah.
I've worked it where it's a hazard.
Yeah.
We'll,
That gives some direction.
the
thank you.
direction, yeah.
Site plans are approved administratively. In Keystone Park, we approved propane storage distribution tank, 71 feet long, 8.5 feet from the tank, and then 4 feet, so 12 feet, 12 by some 5 feet high. It meets all the setbacks, and there's a small area of outdoor storage up in this front area with some screening in the front. This went through the administrative review process with the fire department, township, and our 2 members that reviewed. And this is the location in Keystone Park. It's near the north end and then in between existing uses. And zoning planning committee, we had a West Traverse Township, some real minor modifications to their zoning ordinance to address a situation where the zoning board of appeals is allowed to review lot area variances, and the zoning administrator didn't think that was allowable, so the legal counsel suggested they change their ordinance to address that, so that's something that, and there's a memo on your desk, and if you would like to make a motion to authorize signature of that, that would be great. Basically, it was consistent with,
Yep. You have a good copy, or want me to sign that?
you can just sign yours.
I'll make a motion to direct the chair to sign the West Traverse Township zoning text amendment memo regarding update to their zoning ordinance.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
I mentioned this earlier, but on the September meeting agenda, we'll add the consideration for the planning commission to discuss whether or not they want to go into closed session to talk about attorney-client privilege document. And then on your desk tonight was the legal memorandum from our civil counsel regarding Michigan Court of Appeals decision that was rendered in favor of the county on July 29th, 2026. The memo is attorney-client privilege, but the ruling is public information. That's on your desk. And then the next regular meeting is September 10th, 2026. And we have 1 case on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner comments? You got anything?
The only comment I have is on the dissemination of information digitally versus paper pre-meeting. There was like an email exchange.
Yeah.
Is there a formal process?
So,
Like, I know there's a preferred method, but like if somebody has a comment or something they want to direct, is there a way for us to tell them where to go, or just tell them to send it to you?
So on our website, there is, we have two emails they can send it to, planningzoning@emmettcounty.org or pzzcr@emmettcounty.org. In the notifications that we send out to all of the townships and the other, required notifications, we ask that it all be sent to planningzoning@emmettcounty.org so that we can then disseminate it and so that the record is complete and so that information isn't being shared amongst or to individual members and not to all the members, because everybody should be receiving the same information and making a decision based on all the same information. And so that's a concern. And then ex parte communication is something else that we've talked about in the past, that, you know, you need to make sure that if you're talking to somebody about an active case, that it really, the information that has been shared with you should be shared with the entire planning commission, so that it's not that you're making your decision based on information that not everybody has.
To be perfectly clear though, we're not telling people that they can't email their commissioners.
No. Not at all. And commissioners
I
are
asked that
elected
because I
officials.
heard that
and
today.
yeah, elected officials are in a different category.
Okay.
But when you're, you know, when you're acting as a planning commission, and truly, my email to all of you in the group email in response to, the fire chief's comment was, I'm concerned that if you're having a discussion or there's deliberation in an email, that's a violation, it could be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And so that's why when we send information to you all, it's blind copy so that there's, nobody can respond to all and then start a discussion. That's why we do it that way.
If, I mean, just as a, for instance, if in that circumstance, we were blind copied on it, would that have technically met the criteria of not an Open Meetings Act violation?
Well, we are allowed to communicate with all of you. If you started having a discussion, you know, back and forth, that's where the concern is. Not everybody does it that way. A lot of, I mean, I'm on some boards that are subject to Open Meetings Act where the person that organizes it does do an email and everybody can respond to all if they wanted to, and sometimes they do. I try to err on the side of caution and make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a situation where we might be challenged or accused of doing something improper.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, like, is there, with these types of cases and these topics that kind of go on and there's conversations with staff, is there any advantage or cause for, like, I feel like we used to get an enforcement report, or was that ZBA? That was this, right?
Long ago, yeah.
Right, there'd be like an enforcement report,
yeah.
and I was wondering if there should be, like, is there any merit to a debrief or a digest of meetings staff has had with prospective applicants or something that would give staff cover so there's no accusations of, oh, this is what Tammy told me when I talked to her. I didn't know if there was anything that could enhance the like transparency component. I was thinking akin to the enforcement report, but like if we're talking about storage uses over a month-long basis, if between this meeting and the next meeting, you know, staff says we were contacted by such and such storage owner, such, like, is there any merit to keeping that all sort of above board, or does that feel like a Pandora's box?
Well, it feels like a violation of due process of law, because a prospective property owner may want to ask questions of the zoning administrator, and they may want to keep that information confidential. And so I wouldn't disclose to people that I'm talking with, property owner A or property owner B, because I feel like that's a confidence that I need to keep for that person.
Until there's an application on your desk?
Until there's an application, and then it becomes public information.
Okay.
I mean, I would say if somebody said, well, have you ever been contacted by anyone wanting to develop a piece of property? Well, Yeah, people contact me all the time, and our staff, and ask questions, and, where can I put a tiny home? Where can I put storage buildings? Where can I operate a farm, or a wedding barn? Where can I, we get questions all the time, and to share that, I think, is inappropriate, and, I mean, I could ask legal counsel about it, but I just think it would be not appropriate to do that.
Sure.
You do a monthly report to Dave Boyer and the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah, I do prepare a monthly
Activities.
report of activities that our staff are involved with, and the planning commission activities, the zoning board of appeals activities, the permit numbers, and I'd be happy to share that with you all if you'd like to see that. It tells you, it would say like the different meetings that we attended, because we go to like Heritage Route Committee meeting, we attended that Bliss Against Data Center meeting,
All master plan stuff.
yeah, master plan,
Additional master plan.
Cross Village Township.
Is that communicated to the chair like via email?
Yeah, I send it to county administrator, and then he puts it in his report to the board,
That's this.
but I certainly can
report to
email
them.
that to everyone.
We could just be BCC'd
Yeah.
these commissioners?
Yeah, I could add that as a monthly.
If it's not too much trouble, I think that provides a little more line of sight.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to explain it when we're here.
Sure. Yeah, and if there were questions, we could ask.
Right, right.
Anybody else?
There is a symposium planned for the Heritage Route Committee on September 22nd at Redmond Township Hall at, I believe, 5:30 is entertainment and some beverages, and then there's a presentation, and MDOT is planning to present to talk about what they're doing along the tunnel trees with regard to the erosion and rebuilding those washouts. There's 4 major washouts.
What is that date?
September 22nd, 5:30 PM, Redmond Township Hall. I did send the notice. Got one reply,
Yeah.
or I could send it again.
Okay, anything else?
What is the purpose of the secret session at the September 10th meeting? The closed session?
We'll find out on September 10th.
Find out what?
It'll be on the agenda on September 10th. Last meeting, you received attorney-client privilege document that was requested by Kelly on exclusionary zoning. And that would be the topic.
Okay.
Is there any reason why that can't be discussed and open? No?
Legal.
Well, yeah,
Legal.
yeah.
Well, I think we could talk about it before the next meeting, during that, when it comes up at the next meeting on the agenda.
You're saying, why can't it be talked about in an open meeting?
Yeah.
I think.
I just don't see what there is to hide. It's a legal opinion.
It's,
Our lawyer said no.
well, he didn't say no, but he said that if you discuss it during an open meeting, it becomes part of the record, and then it becomes admissible for other, for people that wanna come here and use that against you to bring in a data center. Legal counsel can say it in a much better way at not midnight.
It's just protecting our interests.
Advice that would go into closed session on that topic.
And we'll find out more then too.
Yeah. I asked the same question.
Well, I really appreciated Mr. Alexander asking our attorney that question.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that he answered in writing.
Yeah.
And I agree with his answer. I just didn't see any reason to keep it secret or suppressed or.
I tried to bring it up at the last meeting and Brian shut me right down.
Only because he said it at the beginning of the meeting. I was just doing what he said.
That same topic was on TV the other night, and the question was, can you exclude a certain business in your community that maybe people don't like? And the answer was no.
Right.
It's not legal.
The bottom line is.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we'll stand adjourned.
Good night, guys.